Good evening, I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is a special workshop meeting of the Select Board for June, 2024. First, I want to go into executive session for a local 950 International Union of Firefighters and an ASME contract discussion. I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to bargaining with union employees. Discussion of strategies related to bargaining with union employees must be discussed in executive session, because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac. Aye. Michael Sanders. Aye. Paul Warren. Aye. David Roman. Aye. And chair votes aye. Select Board will reconvene in open session following the executive session. So.
What did you say?
We're in executive session.
Oh. Well, I can't hear you anyway, so there's no point believing it.
Is that there? Is that not too important?
Yes. select board meeting at, the Lake Golf Course, in workshop session, for June 18, 2024. We start off, the first item on the agenda is, opening remarks, and that's opening remarks that I will give. Which talk about why we're here, what we're doing, what's gonna come out of this. So, we've had summer workshops over the past few years. But this year I want to use the workshop as a way to incorporate the select board's goals and priorities into the budgeting process and the final budget voted by town meeting in a more effective way than in the past. The budget starts with the financial report, which is a pulling together of the requests of the town departments, and is put together by the town administrator in the financial plan, following the financial forecast and preliminary capital improvement plan that we hear about in December. It's reviewed by the select board and the advisory committee, and the advisory committee makes its recommendation to town meeting, who must review, adjust, and pass the budget by the end of the fiscal year. The select board, as the chief executive body of the town, must play an active and strong role in the financial management of the town, even though the budget is not our budget. This includes making sure that our priorities are considered in the budget process. And if necessary, the reasons why town departments may not include our priorities in their budgeting. But that's a conversation that we have to understand, their point of view. We do that with a goals and priorities report that we will produce in preliminary form in this workshop. And I see we have paper up there. We will receive comments from town staff after the workshop and finalize this so-called report during select board meetings over the summer so that it is ready when the budget process kicks off in September. This workshop will develop the select board's fiscal 2026 goals and priorities report that will include fiscal year 2024 accomplishments and fiscal year 2026 budget priorities and non-budget priorities. The purpose of the goals and priorities report, as I said, is to make the select board's views known to town departments as they begin their budget work in September, and to the advisory committee when they begin working on the budget in the spring. When the select board begins to review the financial plan on or around February 15, it can have a conversation that includes the extent to which some of the select board's priorities are included in the budget request submitted to the town administrator, and the reason why others may not be. Later, Charlie Young will discuss goals and priorities in the context of best practices and what rating agencies are impressed by. So these goals and priorities, have some important purpose. So with that, unless there are any questions or comments, I'd like to turn it over to Christina Metcalf, who's going to discuss the community survey that we initiated back in the summer, I believe. And what we've heard from the community that we should use to develop our goals and priorities, as well as other things we've heard out in the community. So,
Thank you.
Christina?
Good morning. So we're just gonna go over the National Community Survey through Polko. We're gonna cover some of these different topics: community design, mobility, utilities, safety, education, arts and culture, and so forth. Just a quick information about the study. So this is the fourth time that Brookline has done the National Community Study, previously in 2013, 2016, and 2018. This year's study was conducted from March 15th to May 9th. A group of randomly sampled 3,000 residents households were selected, and we got 471 responses received. Our open participation survey, which was sent out after the randomly selected household, was about 800. So we got about 1,262 responses total, and they did weigh the results to reflect the Brookline overall, and there's about a 95% confidence interval with that small margin error. Polko does more than 500 comparison communities across the nation. So when later we're talking about the different benchmarks, when I say it's above the standard or higher or lower than the national benchmark, we're comparing to the 500 communities that done this across the nation, and that was about 50 million residents. So just, the national benchmarks, we received 42 higher than normal than the national benchmarks, similar, about 103, and 4 received lower ratings. Compared to the previous survey done, pre-pandemic in 2018, 5 received higher ratings, 54 received about the same, and 39 received lower ratings. We don't believe, I think that is along with the national standard as well, and it's not much lower. There are a couple that are significant, and we can, we'll be addressing those later. Going through, they gave us this gap analysis, which, if you look at it,
Could you slow down just a little?
Sure, sorry, I'm trying to make up for last time.
No, that's, you don't need to make up for last time.
Sure, so this gap analysis, in the green will show where it's rated as quality, so for ability, quality was rated at 64%, and the importance was rated at 88%. So that is something that, the large gap is something that we need to address.
But,
Did I sent you a note?
You did,
And
yeah.
am I off the beam on this?
No, I believe you're corrected, so if we look at, if we go down to, safety, safety is really high quality and, at 97%, but 72% important, so, from what I gave from that, and I think that you did too, is that it's rated really highly, so it's not as important. If it was more important, it would, if it was less
Well,
quality, it'd be more important because we weren't such a high level.
it seems to me that the bar graph is flipped. Oh, I see what they did. No.
Right, so,
Yeah.
yeah, so they're comparing the importance versus the quality, so mobility is something that we should take a look, because there's a large gap between the quality at 64% versus the importance, so that's
Okay, all right.
that's a problem that we need to, or an area that we should address. Utilities is very close, so the smaller the gap, I think the better we're meeting residents' expectations of how we're doing. Again, there's always room for improvement, but utilities, economy, community design, we're, inclusivity, engagement, we're right on the path of the expectations versus, the importance. Things like, and I'll go over more of these in detail, individually. But the natural environment, parks and recreation, they're quite the same, where they're rated highly quality at 86% each, the importance at 76%. So I think anywhere where you see the blue dot in the higher percentile and the green dot in the lower is an area to look at and address. So mobility, utilities, even though there's a small gap, and with that one, I believe it was the lowest rated utility was access to high-speed internet. To look at that. Same with community design, there is a importance of 74 versus the quality of 72, so there's a small gap, but again, looking at that to improve. Our safety is great, education and arts has a good gap, so we're doing well. People aren't gonna think that's more important. It's almost like they're, you know, it's not taken for granted, but it's expected that this service is gonna remain this high, and so it's not an important point to keep on doing as long as we keep the standard that we're setting right now. And same with health and wellness, the importance is low, and the quality is high. So going on to safety, it's not rated as high as importance as in quality, yeah, so I think we just went over that, but it's rated higher than the national benchmark for quality and lower for importance. If you look at the police stats in the annual report from, there's a comparison from 2023 to 2022, and they're roughly the same in terms of, Part A crimes. I think it was 810 this, in 2023 versus 802 in 2022. So I think that, those stats are staying steady and safe, and, looking at, the different things. So, you know, some of the other stats are, you know, 74% of those, arrests or crimes were committed by people outside of Brookline versus, about 26% inside Brookline, so.
Can I ask a quick question? Just
Sure.
numbers. So you addressed the overall response rate and the breakdown. Did every question get answered by every respondent? Or could this be higher or lower?
And what was,
Could someone skip a question?
I'm not sure, I can ask that question, but I think that every question was, answered as far as I'm aware. But yeah, the overall feeling of safety, it's labeled as much higher than, the national benchmark, so we're doing great there.
except for the shootings last night.
One thing of note is,
I'm sorry.
Understood.
Shot.
Yeah.
Okay, this is,
So one of the things that, I noted was, fire prevention, education, and emergency preparedness were the lowest rated among safety, so just, looking at to increase fire prevention, education, emergency preparedness, they don't have a lot of, I just met with them, they don't have a lot of, social media reach, and so we're working with them to, put their information out via health, police, fire, other channels that they work closely with and align with their office, and so that we can get their messages out there and increase the reach and make residents more aware of emergency preparedness offerings that, that office works so hard to do. Education, art, and culture, so, it's similar to safety, it's rated higher than the national benchmark, and it's similar in importance versus quality. Something to note, education, that 58% of the respondents are 55 plus, so seeing the education rated so highly when, about 50, almost 60% of our respondents may not be a typical, parent age, and maybe on the higher end of that, because in high school, just, I think something important to note.
I would note that I'm the exception to that.
Again, that's why I said typical, but, again, there's all that,
Many of these, people may be, private to the schools themselves,
yes,
so they're taking this and that.
that's a good point.
May I ask a clarifying question? I'm sure a lot of people are gonna look at this and sort of immediately say, with the earlier slide, oh, there's, that's in reference to our police department.
Mhm.
And they'll look at this and say, this is in reference to our public schools. But it really isn't that, is it? Isn't this sort of just asking people, how satisfied are you with public safety? Do you feel safe,
Right, so
in
that,
Brookline? And how important do you think, or how much do you think Brookline is a good community for education?
right,
It's not exactly the same. It's sort of the same, but it's not
How
exactly.
was it different, John?
Because there's a lot of people who send their kids to private schools. There's a lot of people who, when they hear that question, think, oh, everybody in Brookline is really well educated. It must rank really high in education. And it's a well-educated community, or it's a safe community, but for a bunch of reasons, like she mentioned, are they thinking about the fire protection? Are they thinking about EMTs? Are they thinking about the police department? It doesn't get very granular at all.
They're rating the surface.
Or we don't have much crime, whereas we're well aware that in nearby neighborhoods, they do have a lot of crime. So it's a general
I just, what does it
feeling.
mean, so
and
help,
assessment.
give me the what it means, so when you, I'm just trying to, the distinction that you're making, well, help me with
Well, the
that,
question
how I should be
doesn't
interpreting this.
The question doesn't reference, how do you rate the Brookline Public Schools? It says, how do you feel about the quality of education in Brookline? And it doesn't say, how do you rate the Brookline Police Department? It says, how do you feel about the level of public safety in Brookline? Those are two different things.
I agree with John's point, and it does make it a little more difficult to evaluate our own departments, what we need to do internally, if we just have sort of a more macro level assessment by topic and not so much the specific as John's mentioning. And I think John explained it well, in terms of education, we also have private schools, we have universities. It can also be to some people a question about, we have a lot of people with PhDs in Brookline, so we rate education highly. But that doesn't really answer the question about, are people satisfied with our public school system? And similarly with public safety, fire is included in that, and just sort of comparatively speaking to other communities, we have lower crime, but that's not necessarily only a reflection of our police. Of course, in large part it is, but my point is, you don't really know what motivated some of these answers.
So when we're looking at this, there's a question at all.
I think it's a distinction without a difference.
Okay, so let's move on.
So all these graphs that we're doing is the overall opportunities for education and culture, the overall feeling of safety. So it does get a little bit more granular in terms of, please rate the quality of your services in Brookline, the police services, crime prevention, animal control. There's questions about how safe do you feel in your neighborhood? How safe do you feel in the downtown commercial area? Do you feel safe from property crime, violent crime, flood and fire? So it
That
does,
comes later.
so we do get more granular, just trying to give an overhead view,
Yeah.
a high level view, of this, and I have made some notes of things that I think would help hopefully inform, your strategic planning for later in the day. So continue on with the arts and culture, so, the K-12, so K-12 education, was rated 86%. It's higher than the national benchmark, so that specific is saying that the K, the schools in Brookline are rated highly. Adult educational opportunities are also rated, affordability of childcare and preschool, and so that's all kind of lumped in together with the, education, arts and culture.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, there is one thing that, and jumping ahead a little bit, there was one thing that, struck me is that a very substantial number of people, didn't really know anything about town government structure.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering how people who don't know anything about town government structure and know that they're in a town, have a valid, have a useful, good opinion about some of these questions. So they know they feel safe when they walk down the street, but,
But it's still a valid, their opinion is still very valid if they feel safe whether they know we're a town or a city.
well, no, that's perhaps a bad.
Probably would be compared to other communities around the country
Yeah,
where the residents are
equally uninformed.
Right.
Okay.
And it's important to note that these questions are standard across the country.
Yeah, so
Right.
going to Mike's point with the about town government, those were our custom questions this time around, so we may not have as much, I don't think that's.
That's a comparison, yeah.
To get with the national comparison.
But it's probably a valid, probably not so different from the rest of the world. Okay, sorry.
Well, and we will get to that. So natural environment and Parks and Recreation, they were both, as you saw earlier with the gap analysis, very similar to the national benchmark, both for quality and importance. So the quality, again, I think you're seeing safety, the quality is really good, so it's not gonna rate super high in importance, but it's still up there. And there's room for improvement, so. And our Brookline open space, we do maintain, higher than average, that was one of the questions. Parks and Rec, one of the things I noted was fitness opportunities were down a little bit, it's similar to national, but, I think those probably could be pandemic related, is you're not gonna see it, all those people who were teaching classes and things, I think found it hard to come back maybe after the pandemic, where people couldn't go to group classes and things like that, so. And again, the town parks recreation program, and we're all down a little bit, but, it's on par with, the national, what we're seeing nationally.
Except we ought to put a pin there because that is a concern that many people have. The availability of fields of recreation resources. So that's.
And this is 86% positive rating, right? What was the importance versus, that was back, it would be great if that was on the chart here.
The importance for both, parks and,
Park and recreation,
and national environment were 76%,
and what was the quality?
86 for both.
Okay, so the quality was high and the importance is relatively high.
Health and wellness, so again, similar to benchmarks, it's low, but it's similar. The lowest that we were seeing in this, for the health and wellness questions were, that went down significantly, were the, availability of affordable quality food, affordable quality healthcare, availability of preventive health services, and affordability of quality mental health care. So.
And that's all related to affordability.
Access.
And we're talking about, this is a survey that's being done after a period of inflation. And so it's an interesting.
Not surprised.
Not a surprise, yeah.
But overall, the health and wellness were, one of the questions was, rate your overall health, and it was rated higher in 2024 at 86% versus 2018 at 78%. So people feel really healthy, but I think that if we were able to provide more access to services and affordable services, that people would take advantage of those.
So I think you phrased it as affordability with quality, but is that later separated out? so that we know, are people responding to the affordability issue of food, or are they responding to the quality of food?
The question was phrased as availability of affordable quality food. I think that there does get to, in the economy, I believe that there's, like the cost of living, I think, and, I guess there's not really a lot of that breakdown, unfortunately, in the way they did it, because these are one of their standard questions that they.
Because just anecdotally, I hear complaints about both, so I'm just wondering which is really the driving force here.
I think going into economy, it's, similar overall, it's a great place to work, great place to visit, but the cost of, living is a significant pain point, is rated at, 15%, which is actually lower than the national benchmark, in terms of, how do you rate each income following, so they rated it very, very low in terms of cost of living, so I think that goes along with the affordability thing. So, it is the same as 2018. Economic development as well, as vibrancy of downtown is 1% off, but, it's 1% off of pre-pandemic numbers, so the fact that we're already back there, I think it's a good sign. Commercial, we're doing commercial area development, restaurant partnerships, working with the new Chamber of Commerce Executive Director. And so I think that there's low expectations on the economy if we, looking back at that previous number, that the quality is 79% and the importance is the same 79%. So going hand in hand, I think that, there's low expectations that the economy will have a positive impact. So I think looking at how we can address that and going back to good work, affordability of quality food and mental health care is something to partner with that.
John,
And I'm just gonna make a clarifying point, I hope it's clarifying for people who are watching at home. But first a question, we are going to release this entire report.
Yes,
Yes.
yep.
Have we released it?
No.
I mean, is it-
Wanted to present it here and we'll release it after this presentation.
At some point today, people will be able to click on a link, look at the entire report, and what they are hearing, Christina recite as sort of sub-level, ratings within each category, those are all in the report.
Right.
Yes.
And so, people will get a good sense of the general overall, score that people have given to Brookline in these various areas. But they will also be able to see all of these subcategories and which of them were, better and which of them were not so hot, So that's why there's more than just what people are seeing on the screen
Yes.
in this report, yeah.
Mike,
There's one thing, if just thinking about that gap analysis slide, that comparison between what people expect from the people and what they feel they're getting. Which I think is the best way to put it, what do you rate, having ratings. I think we have to be really careful with that because of, take public safety as an example. The fact that people feel very safe and they don't rate it, the importance of it is somewhat diminished, perhaps because they do feel safe. It's not an invitation to cut services, and make places less safe to come in line with expectations. And vice versa, that's also true.
Right, if they're very happy with our park and recreation,
Yeah,
but, it's high quality and they're rating it a little bit lower, doesn't mean we're gonna go cut park and rec.
right, yeah, that's exactly, and so the gap analysis thing, I think we have to, as I said, we need to be careful about that, certainly talk about that amongst ourselves.
And just a quick point, Bernard, if I may, and for John's point, there is, for each one of this pie chart, there's all the questions behind that are in the report. And on page 12, as an example, shopping opportunities within Brookline went from 75%, I assume is the quality level in 2018, down to 67%. For this survey, so there is, you can see the trends, and some of them are, I don't know what significant would be, I think they said plus ±6%.
Yes.
Yeah. The devil's in the details.
So moving on to utilities, I think I touched upon it before, that really, it's rated higher than the national benchmark, it's either all higher or similar. And affordable high-speed internet access is the lowest, with no comparison to 2018, but everything else is higher rated than, so in terms of garbage collection, drinking water, sewer services, stormwater management, power utility, utility billing, all of those were rated higher or similar in terms of, the quality. And again, the affordable high-speed internet access was the notable, low, point for the utilities.
And when you say higher, it's not in comparison to the last survey, it's to the national benchmark.
Yes,
Right.
so when people are looking at this online, and there is notes, to delineate that, but so you'll see where it was ranked in 2018 when we last did it, in 2024, and then it says similar, higher, lower, that is compared to the national benchmark. Community design. So, again, the quality to importance is very similar. It's a little bit lower than 2018, but it's higher than the national benchmark. Overall design is at 72%. It's very similar to the national benchmark. The well-planned residential and commercial growth is something, that is a little bit lower, that we, around 44, 45% respectively. So, looking to be improved upon, but I know that with the comprehensive plan coming up, I think that will be, hopefully addressing that, we can get that information to, the planning department to go a little bit, and factor during that process. Again, they also, the quality of new development is a little bit low, but they're, looking at the Chestnut Hill area study and other things that we're going, that they're looking at and studying and making sure that we're, creating residential growth responsibly and in the best areas, will hopefully address some of those concerns. Yeah.
So a quick point, what's really interesting is, and again, there's a danger with saying comparing us to the national average versus comparing us to us. Public places where people want to spend time decreased by 10 points, went from 87 to 77. That's significant. That could be COVID hangover, I don't know, but I certainly think that's something to pay attention. Also, most of these are down.
Yes.
Neighborhood, overall design, is your neighborhood a good place to live? Just, it's fat, as compared to us, not national average.
John,
Well, and to that point, it's my understanding, just based on a little bit of briefing that we've had on this, that is consistent nationally. That there's kind of a malaise, in all the communities that are included in this survey that is, a little bit across the board, and people don't quite rate things as highly as they did before COVID in many, many of these instances. And we're kind of consistent with that.
Did we get national trends as part of it? I don't think we did.
Yeah, well, she said,
We talked,
that.
yeah, we talked with Polcom, we're asking them for additional information that we can then distribute about the national trends, but they guard that information. But what we were told is, it is on trend with the national averages. We are experiencing, all communities are experiencing a decrease post-COVID. The one area where they did point out that they didn't see this uniformly across was open space. Our decreases in open space are a little bit different than what they're seeing in other areas. So this idea of public space and open space, that is different. And I think that also, we kind of hypothesized internally, well, what does that mean? And I do think, COVID is still obviously a part of it. The fact that those facilities were used, heavily during and then this question of more people became familiar with them, more people became familiar with the programming, more people became involved, and therefore there's a desire for increased services in that regard, increased maintenance, and we're trying to be, frankly, things like the rat problem, trash collection problems, we want to be responsive to those issues. And that could be what we're seeing driving those numbers.
But we do need to be careful, just because it's a national trend, we don't have to accept that.
That's right.
Just because everybody else is grumpy doesn't mean we do.
Yeah, no,
looks like Christina.
Yeah.
All good points. So going next to mobility, the quality is rated low, and the importance is rated high. So again, I pointed out earlier something to take a look at and factor in. It is higher than the national benchmark, but still, so public parking was rated lower. The ease of travel by car, public transport, bicycle, walking is higher than before and much higher than the national benchmark. So we're creating, the ability to walk, ride your bike, go through the town, a little bit easier. Public transport and walking and biking is higher than the national benchmark, and then MBTA Transit Services, that was rated, a little bit lower, from 66% in 2018 to 60% in 2024. It is, again, higher than the national benchmark, but, hopefully with the new MBTA accessibility award money that we just received, that accessibility will, increase over once they're completed and allow for a little bit more ability, and maybe that will be, part of the ease by public transportation, also just making sure that, the trains are running.
Mike?
Yeah, I was gonna say, ease of travel by public transportation, it may be that improving the stations will do with that MBTA.
Safety zones.
Money will.
Mhm.
But it also has to do with the fact that the MBTA service
Mhm.
went to hell.
Yes.
Over the last
A lot of
4 or 5 years.
diversions the last.
And so, I think that reflects as much something that's beyond our direct control as something that's within within our control.
To only go down 6% isn't too bad, I guess.
No, if you ask people what their rating was of the MBTA in particular, I think it would drop, precipitously.
Okay.
And then going to inclusivity and engagement. There was no 2018 data, so right now we're sitting at 62% for the residents connecting and engaging with their community. They felt like it 60% on excellent, good, fair, poor. It is a great place to raise children. We could do a better job with the data is low for making residents feel welcome, attracting diverse residents and making people feel valued and respected. Another point was, do people have the opportunities to participate in social events, activities, volunteer, participate? That's also fairly low. When looking at the data, it has dipped a bit. And so, looking to, working with staff to put information on social media, in my role in making sure that we're promoting early, often we're getting that information out there, and working with the diversity office to further, respond to those feelings and make a more inclusive and engaged community.
Just a quick point to highlight,
Don't just start talking.
you said Paul.
Yeah, no, but you started talking before. I said that, so. And I'm trying to keep this under control because everyone wants to talk, so.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul?
11-point reduction in Brookline's a good place to retire. So 74% to 63%. Don't know why, but that's a significant reduction. I think that's probably one of the largest reductions we've seen in the report
Since 2018.
since 2018.
Mike?
There are a couple of, this is actually, this section is a bit disturbing. The opportunities to participate in community matters, feels like it's down. Openness and acceptance of community towards people with diverse backgrounds is down pretty substantially. And okay, it may be similar to the rest of the country, but that feels really uncomfortable.
Remember the environment we've had over the last few years and we're talking Brookline down. I think that has a lot to do with it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, wait, David, do you have any?
I was just going to say to Paul's point about the 11% drop in Brookline being a community to retire in. That might be a reflection, as we've heard many suggest, that we aren't going as far as we possibly could to help our seniors, which are a growing share of our population. So I wonder how much of a motivating factor was sort of the senior input about feeling that we're not really addressing their needs fully, which also ties into the mobility issue to some extent. So the question that we had about mobility seemed pretty broad, but I understand that it breaks down into greater specifics, but I don't think it's squarely an assessment of the MBTA. It's all looking at, can people get around from one part of town to another, for instance, and can they do so in a safe manner? And is there sufficient lighting? And as we work on complete streets, I think it's important to look at all those factors.
John?
I just want to mention a couple of things, that it's 2018 it's very important that we're talking about a comparison to 2018 here. 2018 is not only pre-COVID, 2018 is pre-George Floyd, okay? And there's been a national conversation going on since 2019 or 2020 about these very deep issues of whether America, broadly speaking, is a place that, diverse populations feel welcome at. it would be extraordinary if Brookline wasn't part of that conversation, and we all know, who have served on this select board, we have been part of that conversation, and, you know, and the whole question of how can you be inclusive, how can you be inviting, how can you be welcoming to diverse populations, has been something that we have been obsessed with and working on justifiably, and it's something we should continue to work on. But it doesn't surprise me at all. People don't quite feel as good about that right now as they did in 2018. 2018 comparatively was kind of a more innocent sort of a time before we started to have these wrenching national conversations.
Yeah, can I just add, you know, I think what this suggests is that we ought to be conscious of how we have those discussions.
Yeah,
Because I think how we have those discussions really influences people's perception of the towns. And I also mention one other thing. Some of these questions, for example, whether Brookline is a good place to retire, really is a question about Boston and Massachusetts. Right, so I mean, I think we have to be, you know, sort of aware of that fact. Mike?
Yeah, oh, I was gonna, that's true, certainly. Affordability is a key question here. And the other thing I was gonna ask, but was, you mentioned that the, the age of the average respondent was
55 plus,
55.
60% of those 471 respondents were, 60% of those were 50.
right.
So a young group
Well,
compared to us.
younger, but I guess, but roughly close to retirement in a lot of cases. I wonder whether, I suppose that's I was gonna say that I think if you survey younger people, they might have a different opinion, but on the other hand, we're talking about the people who are closest to the actually thinking about it. Interesting.
But if those 40% of the 18 to 55-year-olds
Yeah.
that I'm not, you know, I'm here for the first part of my career and I'm probably gonna retire, you know,
Yeah.
somewhere out west in the state.
Yeah.
That could possibly skew that number, and I can take a look at that too and get that. information.
The other thing, David, is the specific thing I was talking about with, mobility was the rating on, public transportation. And whether you're old or young, the MBTA is not.
Yes.
So.
Now we're gonna get into those custom questions, so, how familiar at all are you with replacement of government? So, as Coco suggested, about 43%, close to half, if not at all familiar, somewhat familiar is 33, and very familiar is 23, so those are the people who are, you know, very participating, or they know how to get their, questions and problems and concerns to town. Overall, how well do you think the Brookline form of government has performed, ensuring your needs are met? Very good, excellent, so you can see here, those percentages, it would be nice to be a little more on the excellent, but I think we're, a total of, about 67%, 66%, excellent to good. Yeah.
I'd like to know how people who say that they're not familiar with, government can rate, how well government does, but, we'll just leave that. That's an odd.
But it's a good point.
Yeah, I think there's a tendency to say, well, I don't know, so I'll take a middle number, I'll take a middle choice.
Just on that one point Mike made, I think it is actually possible for people to rate how effective a government is without really understanding how that government works, because they probably look at it from the picture of, I feel comfortable in my community, I like how things are running, I don't know the specifics of how it's run, but however it is, they're doing a good job.
Working with members of town meeting on a town related problem or individuals. Again, a very large number have not.
Oh, they're looking for city council.
careful.
And then those who, those who have worked with members of the town, about 59%, 60% have had a good interaction, only 17% had a poor interaction.
Paul?
I do think to go back about this, your comment about city council. I actually think that we should take this lack of understanding or interaction with town meeting, that we could actually help with that. by improving accessibility, how do you find out who your town meeting members are? You need to go to Brookline Town Meeting Files and download a spreadsheet in order to be able to get the list of town meeting members in your community. I think there are certainly ways that we can improve accessibility to, our elected officials.
But the first thing is you have to notice the town meeting.
That's true.
Well, I mean, that's communication.
We had a discussion with the new moderator about this issue, and we're gonna have more discussions over the summer about how to more generally make legislative files and information more accessible, and working with town meeting to build out, increased capacity on that.
How do you give residents a civics lesson on what type of government we have? And, that there's a need to look for or identify their town meeting member.
We try, we've, since I've come in, and even before, Melissa and her, and the whole team have done, we do the budget 101, we do, try to basic form of government things. Now that we have a dedicated communications capacity, we're gonna try and expand that out. Really, we want people to know who they need to pick up the phone and call if there's an issue, or how, if they want to advocate on behalf of a certain position, who do they call? And more importantly, when do they do it? How can they be most effective at it, rather than saying, coming to town meeting with the expectation that I can, change something overnight, versus knowing that where you actually have to come into the process is much earlier, or, that it takes a long time for, systemic changes to be made, but that they can be made through community, feedback. So all of those are, things that we're working on to better reach out to the community and make sure that they know that, we're here to serve their needs, and we want to be responsive to their concerns.
Great.
I have some other communities, and I may be saying this and maybe creating more work for myself in the future, but, citizens academies, and so we've talked about that before. Oh, yeah. They're just, different, like, effective ways to teach you about how effective, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you involved with town governing bodies? No, it's overwhelming, so we have a small part of people participating today.
I think that's actually, that makes me feel a little bit better about the survey results. But
So that's how we do it, right?
yeah, well, because it's a survey of, the answers are coming back from sort of the general public as opposed to town meeting members and boards and commissions and
To that point, numbers coming from the general public. So I think you said that this portion had about 470 respondents. Is that considered a statistically significant sample in a town of this size?
That's a question for Volvo, but I know that we had sent out 3,000 of the random sample, what did they call it?
It's a probability-based random sample, so it absolutely is like the highest level of statistical, basically a representative sample. It is a representative sample, if that's the question.
So their metric is that you send to 3,000 people, homes, and then whatever response rate you get is what you get?
Right, and then we also did the open part of the survey, and I compared the custom questions that we had done for the closed directed portion of the survey, that's 471, and compared it to the 791 results we got from the open survey, and they're within 2 or 3% of each other. So it is a very representative of whether you were targeted or you participated in the open survey.
And the open survey, was that the one that had 700 something?
Yes, almost 700.
Right,
3,000 is about 10% of the household. So.
and I assume it's weighted for North Brookline versus South.
And I know it was weighted, I'm not sure if it was north versus south, but I believe that sorry, go ahead.
It's weighted based on demographics. So it's not weighted based on geography, it's weighted based on demographics. But I think to Mike and David's points, the one area where you can see that they can't really control for demographics, or that would control for the sample, or where the sample may be somewhat unrepresentative, is the question of how many of you voted in the last local election, because that response rate was 68%. And we know for a fact that typically in local elections, we get a turnout of around, if we're lucky, 20%. So this sample is demographically weighted, and so is demographically representative of the town's makeup, but it is a more engaged population than the town as a whole. So you are getting responses from people who are already more engaged than the average person, is what I would say.
Mike,
I just,
Mike
that's,
disagrees, huh?
that's the easiest question to lie about.
That is true. People do lie about it.
So in 2023, for the annual report, it was 30% of people voted in the annual town election, 29 for the special state primary, and then because it said this special state election, 125 of the 2,400 eligible voters were cast or left back, so.
Okay, well,
I'm just
we're
throwing out there
over
also.
time, by the way, so it's.
I was just gonna add that, one thing that was positive was the response rate, I believe, was higher this time around. The 16% response rate on the 3,000 was higher than the last.
Yes.
time.
I think it was about,
Good.
yeah, 370.
Do we have any way of knowing whether the response rate was similar in North Brookline versus South Brookline? We don't weigh it like we are, people, in any sense, because I would think that you'd get more responses from houses in South Brookline than apartments in North Brookline.
No.
Good question, but I don't think that they factored that in. I mean, I'm not even sure, that might be something that they could tell us if they dug into the data by looking at addresses, but we would have to give them all that information to do that. Say south of, south of Route 9, whatever it is, right?
That's something to admit that when we do it in, I'm assuming 2027, then we could have that data point built in.
Sorry, David?
Just in follow-up to what you're asking, Bernard, I think it would be useful to look at those addresses and the response rate, just because North Brookline and South Brookline are very different in terms of lifestyle. And so to sort of know what it is that North Brookline is saying, what it is that South Brookline is saying, what it is that the two have in common, what the two have different, I think would be informative.
Yeah, it'll tell us where we need to maybe focus some resources and, some attention.
Right.
That might be the kind of thing that would require them to basically redo the whole analysis. They might charge us for something like that, or it could be, so we could look into what that looks like. Or, as Christina said, it could be the basis of the next survey. Look, we really wanna do 2 surveys, North and South Brookline, and then combine the results and be able to look at them separately. Because what my concern is, like, for example, let's say they have 3,000 households and they're demographically controlled, but a greater percentage happens to be on the northern half of Brookline than the south half of Brookline, and so now basically all of the statistical significance in the study could be thrown kind of out of whack, because you're looking at a specific smaller group, which they maybe didn't control for when they put together the study. So we can ask them if it's possible for them to just slice the data like that, but it might be something that would have to be done sort of at the outset, at the next time around.
Mike, did you have your hand?
I was just thinking about zip code, but that's a very rough. 02467 is Chestnut Hill.
That could be an easy way to have them slice the data, because you have a very simple, you don't necessarily have to tell them which streets and addresses. Blah, 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 blah.
Right, that'd be a lot easier than going through, pop on the street address.
Or precinct, that's a good way to think about it. If they collected we could use, did they collect precinct?
I don't believe so.
Yes, we have to, well, anyway, that's something that might take a little bit more setup, but I think it's an interesting idea.
Okay,
So just to wrap up, high priorities, people were asked to rate, 14 or 15 different, public safety, road and sidewalk, all these different ones, and these were rated as high priority, for Brookline in the next 5 years. These are rated as a high medium, it's like 40% for both high and medium, medium high libraries, and then medium were the remainder, none were related low or not important at all. And at the end, they were asked to rate out of those 15, which is the very most important, and the top 72% were public safety, schools, planning, and community development, road and sidewalk repair and maintenance. And so the rest of the 11 or 12 that didn't even rate, in the double digits for percentage for being important, so.
So just, this reminds me of when we were looking at one of the earlier slides about benchmarking through national trends, we saw that public safety was not the highest priority macro level, but here it comes out number 1. And so I think that speaks to the point that Paul and Mike addressed earlier. that, just because relatively speaking, we might be satisfied, doesn't mean it's still not something that's important to the community. But I also just wonder how you square these two numbers, where off the national benchmark, I think it was something like 59% said they found it important. And yet on this one, it's the number one.
But to me, it reads that they want us to remain like as a priority, make sure that we're keeping on top of it, and that we continue to have that 97% excellent service that we've become, that the town has become accustomed to and expects.
John?
Yeah, I was just gonna add that I think it's, when you give people the opportunity to weigh several options, you know what I mean? They have a lot more, they think of it as more of a spectrum, you know what I mean? A spectrum of what's important, but when you say to them, what is the single most important thing? Public safety still rules. So I think it does likely support what's being said here, which is like, oh, even though public safety is rated lower importance on that the gap analysis, it will remain the most important thing, so if you cut it, that will greatly dissatisfy. I also found this one interesting though, in that choose one, really gave different results.
I think John.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's possible to put that original screen up that had the, you know, importance versus, gap analysis. But I don't want people to get carried away with, you know, oh, but public safety didn't get a very high rating and importance on, on that general rating. No, that's not the case. If you look at the things that are rated higher than public safety, with the exception maybe of parks and recreation, some of these are things that the Brookline town government, and services don't really enter into all that much, you know. Mobility, it's kind of, you know, MBTA, and whether you have a car, utilities, we don't, you know, well, water and sewer, but, you know, I'm not even sure whether, you know, what is a person to say about how important is water to you? Right, you know, I mean, of course, it's really important. And economy could just be that general malaise people are feeling right now about inflation, you know, whether they have a job or not, blah, blah, blah. Natural environment, we're in the era of, you know, the floods, hurricanes, you know, climate, et cetera.
Mike?
So I think police actually, and safety, not police, but safety, really is still ranked important in both, by both measures, this first one and at the very end, what's the most important to you?
Think about it from the perspective of where we put whatever discretionary resources we have. The 14%, the significance of the 14% road and sidewalk, or the fact that that's on the list, very much reflects what Paul heard from the people that his email list. And very much reflects what we did, or it certainly validates what we did with the budget this year in terms of moving funds over to DPW. But it tells us that that's something we can't let up on.
Yeah.
I would say that these four things are the top things that I heard
Yeah,
in my last year.
Yeah.
yeah,
So it's consistent.
yeah, good.
Okay, so this is very helpful, but you know, the original purpose of this was more to get a sense of, what people, understand about our form of government and what things, we could, sort of see that could improve our current, form of government in the context of the, effort to, develop a charter commission. So I wonder if, you know, there's anything in here that really helps in that respect. I mean, what we've talked about is very, very helpful in terms of identifying, you know, issues that people are, you know, want us to focus on in terms of, budgeting, et cetera.
Yeah, I think, okay, the form of government is,
No, I just mentioned that if that was the original intent, and
Right,
apparently
well,
we've got
that's-
something much bigger than that.
right, but that was the intent of the specific questions that we asked you to ask about Brookline. But the overall picture that we're getting, and even some of the questions about Brookline, should be pointing us towards where we're, you know, as a very practical matter, where we spend our money.
Yeah.
And I think that it, as I said, I think it validates what the direction that we started to go in. we ought to take another very careful look at this, make sure that that we're doing, that it's fine tuning of, where we are.
Well,
So to answer your portion of the question, I believe that the survey, our custom survey results are telling us that we need to help. It shouldn't be on the town TMMA association's back. But as the executives of the town, we should improve access and transparency to elected officials, including town meeting members. And I don't think this is a heavy lift, frankly, to put something on the town's website that's easy and accessible to understand. Here's your, I think people generally understand the select board, but here's a select board, here's how you get in contact with them. Here's your town meeting members, here's their responsibility, here's how you get in contact with them. It is, most residents that I speak with do not know their town meeting members. They have no idea even how to engage with the town, other than maybe Brookline, Brookline online app they do, or they have found a responsive town meeting member or a responsive select board member to reach out to, but generally they don't know who their representatives are and what those representatives should be doing.
Yeah.
For them. So I think we can help with that.
David?
So one way to maybe address that, the state Secretary of State's website basically has a feature where you type in your address and they tell you who your elected officials are, but they don't quite do it to the hyper local level. So perhaps mimicking sort of that format. So you type in your address, here are your select board members, here are your town meeting members, et cetera. Because on the state one, it says, here's your president and here's your congressman, but it sort of stops there after state representative.
Okay, hi, John.
And I think too, that for us to, put this in context, we need to know what kind of results, are, seen in cities. You know, when people are asked, to what extent do you feel that you know who your city councilor is, or that you feel engaged? In city government? Yeah.
If not worse.
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly as measured by voter turnout, I've never been able to see a dramatic improvement, in cities versus towns. Depends on the town, but, Brookline, last couple elections especially, has done as well as the city of Boston in terms of, their turnout for city council elections. But it's an important reality of across the board that so few people feel, connected to their local government. That's something we all gotta work on. I'm just gonna give a quick example. So there's a meeting, I won't go into particulars, but if you can imagine a meeting at which on the agenda is the question of whether the ability of dog owners to use a particular park to exercise their dogs is going to be decided, and maybe some people who have been using the park for their exercise of their dogs are going to find out they can no longer do that. Imagine a meeting like that and there's nobody there who is a dog owner. There's like 5 people attending the meeting and that decision gets made.
Was there such a meeting, John?
Yes, there was.
Really?
Not too long
Games
ago.
like that.
But I see that happen time and time again. It's kind of like, wow, I know there are people who are gonna be really, really charged up over this decision. But they apparently don't realize the decision is being made at this meeting.
That's shocking, actually. I didn't.
Yeah,
No,
and,
it's common, I mean, it's typical, a lot of.
yeah, but what do we do about
Good question.
it? What do we do about it?
Oh, yeah, it comes up in the context of concerns the seniors have about not being part of various boards and commissions that make decisions that affect them significantly. And, we have to figure out how to break down that problem. Okay, do you want us to pull everything together?
Yeah, so I think, survey results to your strategic planning, just aligning the select board with the survey respondents' goals and priorities and use that as resources and funding. And let's show the cause and effect. So let's take the survey results and if we take an action on that, let's advertise that and let people know what we're doing and that we've heard them and go from there and show our progress and wins. One of the things that I had seen, I think it's in a part of compliance is like there, compliance was low, people wanted to have an enforcement officer. We just, Stephanie O'Coin from DPW was just, put in that position. So, those small wins and showing that we are listening and we took it into effect and putting that on social media and at meetings and things like that, and showing that we're listening and acting based on the feedback we're getting.
Would it be appropriate for me to ask you to sort of pull together all that stuff and give the select board some sort of sense of, where we need to begin thinking about these issues?
We could use a little direction too on that, I think,
Okay.
to a certain extent. Like, we can maybe draft something up and send it around if you say, well, this actually was more important to us than
Yeah.
something else. Like, for example, in our conversations, we thought the gap analysis was really useful, but we're hearing that the question at the end of what's your most important, service is maybe more indicative for you folks. So, if you have comments, feel free to send them our way, I guess, outside of this conversation.
Okay, David?
No, just addressing this last point, I think maybe, and if the board agrees, having sort of a digestible list of take-home points from this survey of, and maybe it's just a list of 10 or whatever it might be, a manageable number, and that can help inform a discussion we're gonna have later today, I think, about sort of our strategic planning around what we would like to accomplish this year. Obviously, we're not gonna have that list until we put in discussion, but the point is, if we can have sort of highlights of what are the important take-home points from this survey that we can work on as a board
Yeah.
and as a community.
And listening to that conversation today will help better inform you, put that list together afterwards, and say,
Yes.
hey, this is what, you're looking to do, and this is what the data supports.
Okay, let's move on. It is 5 minutes to 11. And we're gonna start our 1040 goals and objectives, best practices, discussion. So what we're doing here is we have to come up with a series of.
Bernard?
Well, wait, let me
Go
just.
ahead. Yeah.
It's, what we're trying to do is come up with some goals and priorities, of the select board. And I want Charlie to talk about how that document, which we've always had and never used, I think, effectively, plays a role in, best practices as viewed by outside organizations, in particular, rating agencies.
Right. So I have just 2 slides. I'll take no more than 5 minutes because we are running a little bit behind schedule. I'll pull those up right now. And I want to just say that I think Bernard actually framed this conversation pretty well, both in terms of what the select board itself wants out of it and what we kind of should be doing in terms of best practices. So just a second here. Am I sharing screen? No. Yeah, it says screen share. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so, as I said, Bernard kind of framed this very well, which is, we've been hearing from the board that they would like to be more involved in the budget process in terms of setting their goals earlier and distributing those to departments, and having departments have some chance to, factor those into their own goals and objectives. This is, of course, a best practice that the board does this, and I think in the past, it's been done more informally, like, my first year, I worked with each board member, we sort of tailored the list of goals and objectives that already existed and distributed that. But I think the idea this year is to maybe start fresh, anew at the workshop and, try to articulate these next year budget goals. So on this first slide, I just wanted to sort of differentiate between this conversation we're having now and the one we're gonna have later this afternoon about strategic planning and strategic goals. So your strategic goals are really high-level, long-term goals. They are refreshed, every 5 years or so. They inform each year's goals, but the main point here is they articulate where or what your organization wants to be someplace down the road. So I wanted to distinguish between sort of those long-term 5-year goals and the goals we want to set in this morning session, which are really the goals for FY26. So they're your FY26 budget year goals and objectives. They are for the next year financial plan. They may be specific, they can be broad like strategic goals, but they're distinct from long-term strategic goals in that they're focused on the next budget year. And then sort of both of these are intended to address financial and capital planning. Bernard mentioned, non-financial planning as well. So that is a similarity they share, but I just wanted to get you folks in that frame of mind of, okay, if we're going to put together our FY 26 budget document, and at the top, we would like to have the goals of the select board for that financial year, what should they be? And so my next slide just quickly gives some bullet points of what the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA, gives out for best practices on setting goals. Now, this is an organization that, sets the standard, develops and distributes best practices nationally to municipalities for budget and finance practices. And they say that the financial plan should be a guide and policy document, an operations guide, and a community tool. And so what that means is that residents are able to go into the budget document, understand the logic and reasoning behind how the financial plan was developed, and, get a sense of where the community's headed. So here are the few bullet points that the GFOA gives us, and we can keep this up, or I can bring it back up as needed throughout the conversation. But here are the few points that they want us to stick with, and they're not very different from what you hear, for example, from SMART goals, if you ever heard that acronym before. So they're looking for clearly stated goals, and goals that can be accomplished within the given time frame. So we're looking at really specifically, they'll run up to FY 26 and the budget year of FY 26 as the time frame. They're looking for measures that are measurable, they're looking for goals that are measurable. They have measures for success, or they have some action item towards success that you can later look back on and say, did we meet our goal? Did we actually achieve this objective? And the next point, which I think is important given what Bernard has said, these goals should really be written in a way that they can be utilized by administration, that's us in the select board's office, and departments in setting our own goals and objectives, and in making financial allocations or operations decisions. And then, these goals should be aligned with broad organization-wide goals. Now, at the moment, we don't have a strategic plan with long-term strategic goals. It's something we'll talk about later today, and the value of that later today. But GFOA also wants to see your budget year goals aligned with your long-term strategic goals. So that might be something that we work in the future after we have a strategic plan and strategic goals. I just wanted that to be on your minds. So again, the basic summary is, we're looking for goals that focus budget decisions on the executive's desired results and outcomes, and which effectively communicate those to internal and external stakeholders. So today we're gonna start, I think Bernard I'll transition back to the chair in a moment. I think we're gonna start by looking at the accomplishments we made in the prior year. So in this year right now that we're finishing up in FY 24, and then we're gonna talk about goals for FY 26, because we're entering FY 25, and we'll be planning for FY 26 starting this fall. So with that, Chaz, would you like to pull up the goals and objectives, or would you like me to do that?
I'm happy to pull them up, thank you.
Okay, so I'll unshare my screen, but just again, quickly go through, we're looking for clearly stated goals that are FY 26 select board goals. They should be measurable or have some kind of measure of success, even if it's just, an outcome we're looking for. They should be aligned with our broader goals, or your broader goals, I should say. And ultimately, they should be helpful to us and departments. With that, I'll unshare my screen, but I'm happy to pull that back up at any point if you folks want a reminder of sort of what are the key things we're looking for in developing FY 26 goals. And I hope that was a helpful framing of the conversation.
Very helpful. So Chaz, you're pulling up goals, are these the ones that I sent you? What is it?
I'm pulling up the old document for the past year's accomplishments and what you wrote for FY 25, your goals and objectives, and then I can pull up yours as well. Give me 1 second though.
Did you still want to start with accomplishments with Bernard, or do you want to jump right
Okay,
to
why
it?
don't we start with accomplishments? I mean, you're gonna do that, right?
Yeah, I'm happy to, if you want to brainstorm accomplishments, we could do that. That might be something that if you want to, we could do, given we're a little short on time, we could do, after the fact, or we could just focus on goals if you want to, for 6.
Oh, okay, maybe we should focus on goals, and at some point, I'd like a list of accomplishments
Yeah.
that you suggest that we would then work on, that produce the final document, and they are important.
Yep.
Right?
No, and I think if
Like
you want,
the
if you wanna talk about accomplishments, I'm happy to do that, but typically, right, in our FY twenty-five document, it says FY twenty-five goals, FY twenty-four objectives. And so these would really, for FY twenty-four accomplishments, this would really be FY twenty-five accomplishments, which we haven't really gotten to yet, right?
Well, no, why wouldn't it be FY 24?
Well,
Things
it-
that we've already done.
Well, technically, we could add to that list, but what I'm trying to say is, when you publish the budget document, it is the next year budget. So we published the FY twenty-five budget, which had goals for twenty-five, and the accomplishments were for the prior year, which is 20.
I don't know what you guys are up to.
Yeah, I know, we're kind of off the beaten path, so,
Right.
Chaz is gonna bring up the prior year documents, which will indicate what we're talking about, which is goals versus accomplishments. And I can pull it up if you'd like.
I've got it.
Okay.
There you go.
But I was asking Bernard because I think it actually might be more effective if we circulate a list of accomplishments and focus on goals. And that's just a suggestion, given where we're at with the.
Oh,
So the FY twenty-five budget, which we just completed, we went through that process, includes in the budget book, a whole bunch of objectives, right?
FY twenty-five
And
objectives.
it's listed, it's too long,
It's proposed. Yes, it is. Yep.
but, is that what you're thinking of, Bernard? Is that existing list or?
Exactly.
Or you wanna highlight some
yeah,
that maybe? are more-
well, I'm trying to sort of get
Brookline version.
everything, trying to get everything sort of aligned, and since we've been through FY 24, those are the accomplishments we want, that fiscal year is already over,
Okay.
or will be over. So we can identify accomplishments we've achieved in that period.
Yeah.
And that's different from the priorities we wanna set for the next budget.
So you're saying
And we-
FY 24 accomplishments, not
Right.
FY 25 accomplishments.
Correct.
FY 24 accomplishments is what you're talking about.
Right, let's make sure we have our.
No, I hear what you're saying, Bernard, and the reason I wanted to make wanted to slightly correct that in a sense is, the FY twenty-five document includes FY 24 accomplishments. So basically, we solicited from departments and from, other people, other staff, what are the things we hope that we actually will achieve in this year? And so Chaz has got the list up here right now. So as you can see, things like produced a vision statement, that happened over last summer. That's current FY 24 fiscal year. So this is the existing list that was published in the financial plan. And so we can certainly we can start by adding to this list, if you'd like, Bernard, by going through this.
Okay, let me get this straight. The financial plan is gonna come out in fiscal year 25,
Correct.
right? But fiscal year 25 will not be over
Yep.
Exactly.
when it comes out, so we don't really know what we accomplished in that fiscal year.
Right.
But I think, duplicating fiscal year 24 accomplishments makes sense, because that's something we can say we've done.
Yeah.
We can edit it a little bit too.
Bernard, I just a suggestion. I think that the board did remarkable work in the planning of the FY 25 budget. We looked squarely at certain items in the CIP. We made an investment, and a decision to invest in a sustainability division. These things aren't completed yet, but it was our intent to have them, to initiate them, which I think is more important than what we did back in FY 24. Because we're on a trajectory and the type of the board making certain types of decisions about investments.
So maybe we're talking about calendar year accomplishment.
Perhaps, but when I think about accomplishments for, I'm gonna call it the last period, I think the fact that we made a very conscious decision to come to an agreement with the police department and the union to be able to get out of civil service, retain employees, put us on a trajectory to help continue to have a very robust public safety capability. I think that's a major accomplishment. I think our significant investments in roads and sidewalks was a major accomplishment, and there's more that I'm sure others can speak about. And that's different.
So
than
maybe I
think-
should be fixated on getting the time frame
Maybe.
exactly,
Yeah,
okay,
I think
okay,
that's
I'll accept
maybe a
that.
good way to think about it.
So maybe, so Bernard, you circulated a document that you circulated a kind of first pass at a more, condensed goals and objectives, document. Do you want me to share that on screen and the
Sure.
board can react?
I circulated it to you.
Yes.
Select board doesn't have it.
Yeah, so can I circulate that can I put that on screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing the old document and I will share yours.
Yeah.
I do think it would be worthwhile to spend a little bit of time just brainstorming what the board felt it accomplished, that was important to it. I think various individuals may have things that they, think that was important, we may want to continue doing. That's kind of how I was thinking about accomplishments.
You wanna do that first, or?
Mike's shaking his head back and forth.
It's not so much what we did, but what has town government done? We had a set of goals that were a set of priorities rather than we used in shaping the budget a bit. To what extent has that worked?
Yeah.
That's really, you want to compare your accomplishments to what? To what you said you were going to do.
Right.
And I don't think that it's very productive to get too wrapped up in accomplishments. It's just, I don't want to turn into, oh yeah, we did this and we did that. Let's think about what we need to do going forward.
Okay, let's talk about priorities then. I structured this in two parts. First of all, what we want our priorities to do, and that is inform staff of our priorities as a select board. Encourage staff feedback, of course, and write it in such a way that it can be used to create outcome-based performance indicators. I mean, that was concerned that someone had, in the past, so that's important. And then from that, I suggest following select board priorities for the town staff. And these are basically things from last year's goals and objectives and issues that you have brought up over the last few months that you identified as important priorities for the select board. So that's what that list is. It's more concise than our previous list, but I think it covers all the things that people thought were important.
Should we go through them?
Sure.
So you had to observe food prudent and transparent financial practices to ensure sustainable stewardship of public funds, protect the AAA rating, pay competitive wages and appropriate benefits to all employees, ensure resources are available for roads and sidewalks, for maintenance and improvement of roads and sidewalks. That's a key distinction, both maintenance and improvement. The fiscal working group monitoring the town and schools' finances on a continuous basis, facilitating coordination, financial activities between the town and the schools, provides the select board with early warnings of upcoming needs for an override. Taking steps to include knowledgeable senior residents and membership working proposals of town boards and commissions to incorporate the perspectives of seniors in all such bodies, to ensure that appropriate levels of resources are available to address senior needs, including the maintenance and expansion of town facilities that are designed to support them, such as the senior center, to ensure resources for public safety, including steps to ensure gender equity in public safety buildings and the recruitment and retention of a critical mass female staff, to ensure sufficient training necessary to support equity, including gender equity, developing innovative programs for racial and socioeconomic diversity through marketing and outreach programs, as well as internal department policies and practices, to complete the community inventory of available social service resources, use that information to evaluate how best to develop and implement an effective case planning focused safety net model, the costs of such a model, support the comprehensive plan, look for opportunities to diversify the tax base, develop strategic planning process, intensify consideration of commercial development around Chestnut Hill West, Children's Hospital in Brookline Village and other areas. To start the process of community discussions around the long-term uses of Newbury College, and financing for that, to facilitate constructing housing that is affordable for low-income and workforce people, classified as low-income and workforce housing, launch the next phase of the Housing Stability Office.
Using the tools in the house.
Yes,
so that
sir.
plan and CPA.
To launch the next phase of the Housing Stability Office, to acquire resources for tracking complaints related to short-term property rentals, and update the regulations involved for lodging houses, to help ensure the effective integration of sustainability, to develop plans, including identifying impediments for conversion to fossil fuel-free municipal buildings and the full electrification of our fleet, to facilitate the use of electric vehicles by town residents by investing in charging infrastructure, and entering into public-private partnerships where appropriate toward that end. To ensure that sustainability goals and priorities are reviewed by the select board and incorporated into the town's policies and municipal projects. To provide the community with education and guidance on sustainability. And to plan for the protection of town physical resources, including public land and open spaces, recreational resources, public parks, the tree canopy. And reporting to the select board on a regular basis, the efforts of National Grid to undertake appropriate mitigation and restoration actions to address gas leaks that often harm trees. So from a longer document, you've kind of pared it down to 21 goals. And priorities, I would say.
What was it before, 60?
It was separated into a bunch of different, it was like 4 pages long, so.
Each category had 20.
Yeah, so.
36. Okay, so how do you want to proceed? This is, not a final document for us, and, if select board members think that there's something missing in terms of priorities, we should, discuss that. But I'd like to come out of this meeting with a first iteration of, goals and priorities, so that we can get reaction by town staff and finalize something over the summer.
And I think ideally what we would like to do with that is what we usually transmit operating budget guidance in September. Capital guidance actually goes out pretty soon, beginning of July. But then we would kind of be able to give some of what you've been able to give for feedback to the departments as they're building the budget requests.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I feel like we may need to take a higher level step back, because what you just mentioned was, budget guidance. So the first and most important thing is our revenue forecast. Right, and we've had significant questions raised by the community about how we're doing our revenue forecast. It's valid as far as I'm concerned, but is that a topic of discussion that we should have of how we're, forecasting local receipts and even free cash? Because that's a major driver as to the input into the budget.
So I think we are discussing that in the beginning of the afternoon session, but I also think it's important for us to have guidance from you. You have limited discretionary funds available, and that's going to be the case kind of regardless of how we project revenue, how we, any modifications we may make to that process or the free cash waterfall are not going to be so significant that they would inform, I think, your discussion of goals at this level. For example, if we said, we're gonna modify this, we're gonna, revenues, we will project revenues in this manner, we will change the free cash waterfall in this way. I don't think it would change, for example, your focus on public safety and roadways and senior services and, those things.
They just change the amount of money potentially
Change the
available.
potential amount of money available, and it would help us then prioritize how to
Okay.
spend that money.
That's fair.
So before we can talk about where the money's coming from and going to, we need to know what's important to you, so we can build that out.
Okay, that's fair.
No comments?
I do, well, I think you just mentioned the big three right now. Are members of the board in agreement that those are sort of the three priorities?
What were the three?
I said public safety, roadways and senior services. I would add to that the fourth thing that Christina brought up, which is planning. Planning and development.
Well, the second highest rated priority in the survey was schools.
Yes.
And, what control do we have there, although we have some. And
We have
should
some,
talk
well,
about that.
we do.
Mike,
So, there's been a lot of, it's in here, in most, and it's one of the things that listed. And, the conversation, we talked a lot about senior services and representation, but when I look around this room, I think we're doing pretty well with senior representation. But the question is, when we serve, so obviously, that's a white fact, but the question is, are we serving the people who are not sitting around the table, really, is the issue, but I don't want to overemphasize that, we have we have a community of, we have a large community of, younger people who are in town, they're here for, well, they have graduate programs, or they're here because they finished school and they're starting off in life, and they come to Brookline, because Boston's an attractive place to live, and they, manage to get into Brookline, for some period of time. There's a whole, we need, we shouldn't ignore any part of the community, and, so, I'll stop there.
I mean, I think, seniors sort of, it also includes other vulnerable populations, and maybe we should.
Well, maybe we should say that, because that's really.
I mean, kids here for colleges are not, though they're poor and vulnerable in certain sense, they're not, the real vulnerable populations in our community.
So I think something that would really boost all of our residents and improve quality of life and is of great interest to me is renegotiating our pilots. And I say that not because I think that we're going to suddenly have an influx of revenue, but in terms of use of their facilities and their amenities. So to the extent that we could coordinate with the universities and private high schools in town for access to their fields, and do it in such a day that maybe Monday it's Brookline residents and Brookline Recreation has access to school A's facilities, and then on Tuesday it's school B, and Wednesday it's school C. That could realize cost savings in terms of not having to rent such facilities elsewhere. I think that some of the nonprofits within town would want to generate goodwill in doing that. It's potentially cost neutral to them to make an agreement of that sort. And it's not just about athletics. Dexter has a planetarium, and Pine Manor has a library facility. And so there are all kinds of ways I think we could improve quality of life for seniors, for youth, for lots of people by renegotiating pilots in that manner. Also, Mike mentioned in the context in an earlier discussion, well, I guess I can't touch on that, but there are other ways that I think we could work with nonprofits in terms of meeting certain needs of the town.
And I think, Lincoln can, sort of clarify this a little more, but we do that, and we've always done that. And I guess the question is there room for growth there? And what does that mean?
If I could touch on that, I think one thing, if that's set as a priority for the board as whole, the executive. I know one way that I want to approach that is to get a list of specific needs from schools and recreation about what they're seeing their needs are. I think those are the two sources, particularly with respect to the educational institutions that you're talking about.
Yeah.
To the extent that it's educational facilities, let's talk with the schools and recreation, probably to get a specific list of what the needs are. I just wouldn't want to go and be part of a negotiation for field usage for a particular kind of field that isn't needed, right? So I'm not sure what those needs are.
So get the list of needs and then move forward with talking to the various nonprofits. I don't really see a downside to it. I think it can only help, and maybe it doesn't work, but if it does.
I can point out a downside. I mean, I just think people are not being realistic about what cards we hold in the negotiation. If you go to one of our nonprofits that is currently paying some kind of a pilot to us and say, we're thinking about renegotiating that. They might just as well say, we've been thinking about it too.
Right.
We don't understand why we're paying one and this person that, down the street isn't paying one, and you could end up losing money on a pilot. What cards do we hold in the negotiation? What do we say to them is the reason they should voluntarily give us resources or money.
So to the extent that that might be a concern, we don't necessarily go to those who are paying us money, but there are many who are not paying us.
And many of those don't have the cash flow to add, so.
Right, but not asking for cash, asking for other,
Well, I mean, if you're a church, for example, and they don't have fields, they don't have, they may have meeting rooms and things like that, but. I mean, that's a conversation, I think, that if you're interested in that, you should, talk to Lincoln, if you don't mind. And see if there's any possibility of getting anything out of that. Any juice out of that rock.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, please.
I do think there's some potential there in terms of services or rental space. Money, always an uphill climb. But to your question, John, what do we say to those folks? We often say, well, you don't pay taxes. We provide you with services, which are effectively services for free. We want to continue providing you with the high quality of services we currently do, but not to put too fine a point on it, if you don't pay into the system, you are kind of a free rider on it. And that's your prerogative, you can be, but if you can come up with a process, if we can come up with a process where you may not pay your tax value, but you pay something. Some organizations are willing to do that, especially for the goodwill of the community. We do that already. I mean, so the question there's not as much room for uptick in terms of money on that front. They're really, we have the relationships we have with the organizations we have. We want to maintain and grow those. We want to figure out ways to keep buildings from coming off the tax rolls, which is why we negotiate those agreements when, with regard to sales and permits and so forth. But I do think there is room for growth with the use of services and facilities. And to Lincoln's point, we just need to do that survey. So I think we'd be happy to have that conversation. And David, if you want to be a part of that, it's always, I think it's helpful to have an elected representative, kind of leading the conversation about this is a community need. We've just, we do have, for example, with the Beaver Country Day, we have an agreement about the use of the fields. They use Sewell recreation fields on occasion, and we use their fields on occasion. There's no reason why we couldn't expand that outward to other community partners, and we've heard some preliminary interest from them. So it's possible.
And we don't want to open that door, because a lot of nonprofits have their own reasons for paying less violence.
The one point of caution I would say too, from a policy perspective, if the board's desire is to go and seek, these non-monetary agreements, it is a possibility, right, that other paying entities now are going to see that and say, hey, our pilot, I can cancel our pilot agreement on a 3-year basis. I'm going to next time. So that's a possibility. If that's a possibility that we're fine, or the community is fine from a policy perspective, that there's a possibility that we would lose some monetary pilot contributions now, that's fine. But I want to be explicit that that is a distinct possibility.
Yeah.
So.
Oh,
I was gonna, I'll make a comment about the pilots and I was gonna move on to something else, but I don't think we should be fearful of having these conversations. It's almost like it's adversarial. If you approach it as a partnership opportunity, and before you even approach, I wouldn't do a broadcast to all pilot or, agreements, say, take a step back and look at what the priorities are. The cost for us to build a field like what Northeastern has, would be, a lot of money. So if we could, not that they don't let us use it, that would be great if they
they
did.
do like.
But my point is, we should approach it from a perspective of it's an opportunity to have a conversation versus we're worried about losing something. We may value access to a facility more than the amount of money that we're getting in revenue.
And Mike.
There's a reason why, schools and schools in particular, universities in particular, will pay a pilot. And they're doing it for their own purposes, just as we're asking them for money for their own purposes. And it's not totally out of the goodness of their hearts. So, I think that, the idea that we're going to take, that Boston University is saying, well, we're gonna give you Aganis instead of giving you money. I don't think there's very high risk of that. I think the important thing is to look at what Parks and Rec would like to have. As Lincoln said, I don't know, he said, I don't know what we need. So the sensible thing is to go and find out what we need, and then identify which schools might have facilities.
David,
And just as a broader philosophical point, that's not specific to pilots, but also would be applicable to planning and development. I don't think we should allow fear of what someone might do to preempt having a conversation. It's important to talk to our partners always. And that doesn't mean that you go in as a bully and say, if you don't do X, we're gonna do Y to you. But just have an open line of communication. I think we would always want to do that.
Agree with it.
John.
Like a couple of points. I was reacting mainly to, I believe David said renegotiate pilots. And then the conversation shifted to the people who are not paying us pilots now, maybe we should be talking to them. I'd be more inclined to be doing that. I do hope people realize that the way pilots come about is that, in fact, when a nonprofit takes over a property in Brookline, they are billed the same tax bill that the prior property owner was billed. They have to then make the claim that they shouldn't have to pay that bill. And then we say to them, well, maybe we could take this to court, or maybe we should talk about how this parking lot that you have actually is taxable. And then that process leads to the negotiation of a pilot payment. And we've done okay. I don't know exactly how you measure how we do compared to other communities. I will point out that there was an interesting story in the news within the past week. The city of Springfield gets no pilot payments from any of the nonprofits in Springfield. And they have decided maybe we should get some pilot payments from some of these nonprofits. It isn't the easiest thing in the world. I think how we go about it now has led to a certain degree of success. And we should be very careful about just, in a casual way saying we should be getting more money out of these pilots. We could end up losing money if we start reopening deals. Or, for example, let's say we had a shopping list of things. We want to go to the school department, go to this department, that department. What would you like to have if you could have something from BC or from that? And they come up with a list. And then all of a sudden that list becomes known. And then all of a sudden the people who are actually making financial payments to us say, I just realized I could be providing you with something from that list instead of my financial payment. And the things that are on that list of, oh, we'd like to have community use of this facility or that facility. Sometimes they're useful and sometimes they're not, depending on what the community then actually uses. So let's be a little bit careful about how we talk about this. A constructive suggestion, if I may offer one, is can we have a proactive policy of trying to prevent further takeover of tax-paying properties by nonprofits? By being very watchful as to properties that might be going on the market and attractive to nonprofits. And have a policy of when and under what circumstances do we think the loss of a property would be significant enough that we ought to actually intervene if we can to control how that property is disposed of. And that's not a conversation we have had since I've been on the select board, as far as I can recall.
Okay, can we sort of move on, but Mike, you had.
No, that's fine. I think it's time to get off.
Yeah. David has agreed to talk to Lincoln regarding, what is practical, what is, appropriate, and, you'll come back and report to us.
Okay.
Your findings. Paul?
So moving on, it might be a segue to what John had just said, about potential properties. So I'm thinking for Melissa, asking that you give us some direction, because ultimately we need to allocate money, right? And the budget is really what you're trying to get down to. So one of the things that's been on my mind is just attracting and retaining our commercial tax base. I'm not just, it'd be nice to have new facilities like what you're working on, Mike, up in Chestnut Hill West, but, actually making Brookline an attractive place to come open your business. Because of, because of the type of environment we are, I don't know what all the things we could do. I'm sure we could make it easier to open a business in Brookline, through permitting and licensing and things like that. But, I'd ask us to consider, is there value in allocating some funds towards a more formal, commercial marketing and retention program? We rely on the chamber today. Bernard and I, and Mike went to, the opening of a small business, childcare center. It was the first time we've ever actually did a ribbon cutting with the chamber, which I thought was great. But, being able to make Brookline, and get the word out that Brookline is a commercial friendly place to do business. And we'd like to see you come. I don't know if we have a formal, role today.
There is an item here that is related to racial integration, marketing Brookline to attract mainly middle-class Black and Hispanic families. And I think that initiative could also include, marketing to businesses.
They're very different focus.
Well, hold on, they're different, but, it is a communications, issue. That, can be expanded and addressed.
Yeah. I guess I'm thinking more like
Or marketing.
a business development type of activity within our.
It's a planning.
It is, but putting more emphasis there and maybe some more resources to help, identify. Properties that are available, that could be becoming available, doing some sort of effort. And networking within the business community outside of Brookline or even within Brookline to expand businesses. That would turn into revenue for us. Or protect revenue that's
Well, I
existing.
think we have to do both. John?
Well, I have been thinking, Paul and I must have had a mind meld, because it's exactly, along the lines of something I've been thinking about a lot lately, because I happen to be the select board's designee on the small business advisory committee. If you folks, have the time to attend some of the meetings of that particular committee, what you will hear is an awful lot of concern by our local independent businesses, especially, that they're on the knife's edge, and they feel like that they are always on the knife's edge, and they need help. They really are looking for help. And, one of the areas where they're looking for help is, and I know Chaz is very concerned about this too, and is working on it. Can the whole process of permitting be smoothed out, made maybe a little bit less expensive for them? They're very concerned about future loss of some commercial area parking spaces, so they want to know that there is, somebody listening to those concerns, at town hall. But they also, feel that they don't have many resources to promote shopping in Brooklyn. They have a chamber of commerce, but, there's a limit to that. And what do we do as a town to sell Brookline?
Yeah,
What do we do as a town to sell Brookline? As a place to grow your business, or as a place, to discover a restaurant that you may not have realized is here, or to experience the incredible, diversity of our offerings of food from every culture all over the world, something like that. I'm not sure we do much that promotes Brookline, as a place to do business, or as a place to shop, or as a place to dine, or et cetera, et cetera. And I think we should be thinking about it, because, otherwise, some of those vacancies are gonna stay vacant, longer than they have to stay vacant, when they could be, productive and yielding some tax revenue, greater tax revenue to the town.
So that's a priority, you think? that
Yeah.
We should include
Yeah.
here. David?
Related to what John was just talking about, I've noticed when I'm at Logan Airport, I don't know if they still have it, but at least a year ago, they would have these gigantic murals from the Brookline Chamber of Commerce with pictures of Brookline and basically saying, come to Brookline, and it would have pictures of restaurants and the puppet theater and certain cultural icon institutions. I think in terms of advertising and messaging, we really ought to focus on what makes Brookline special compared to other communities. We do have tremendous history that does attract some people to come in and possibly to engage in business as well, but at a minimum, I think it helps facilitate tourism. And so the airport is a good place to advertise, and I'm glad to have seen that. But also if we think of other methods of outreach where we emphasize the birthplace of Kennedy, and here's where we may play it down the road, and sort of focusing in on historic figures and why people would want to come visit Brookline.
So it's going there.
The midnight ride of, William Dahl.
Yes, there you go.
So I guess, this discussion could translate into, allocating more funds in the budget to an enhanced position or using services for promoting Brookline.
Yeah.
Doing more work with the chamber to partner with them. I don't know, but that, I could see that turning into money for you to put in a line item in the budget.
Yeah, and I would just say, right now, we're very fortunate. The planning department and the economic development team, the division there is a real strength in this community. They do really good work, and they really want to be innovative. And to know that they have the support of the board and that it's a priority, that gives them the ability to then use their resources more proactively to say, all right, the board's objective is, promotion, retention, and attraction of commercial opportunities. And so all the efforts can really be focused in that area, the dream and the short to midterm, hopefully, is, turning Coolidge Corner into a business improvement district, a real public-private partnership. The same way that was really how Downtown Crossing was revitalized, that was how Central Square was revitalized. To be able to have that partnership with landlords and businesses, to be able to build out the sharing of responsibilities and then marketing, and it basically just increases your, I wouldn't say purchasing power, but your cachet. And so the work on the fronts like that is going to be really important.
David,
Just a follow-up question I have to that, Chaz. So you mentioned Coolidge Corner. I'm just curious why Coolidge Corner in particular? Because I would think that Coolidge Corner is probably one of our most successful commercial areas. So I'm wondering, would it make sense to look at Brookline Village or some other area?
It would.
actually, the businesses in Coolidge Corner would say the exact opposite. There are a lot of problems there.
Well, I mean, I think from an outside perspective, right? Coolidge Corner is generally viewed as a destination in Brookline, and to a lesser extent, you have the Village and Brookline and Washington Square as kind of those areas, and then you have JFK Crossing as a satellite, and then you have St. Mary's, which is very up and coming from the Boston border. With Coolidge Corner, you do have some vacancies, and you have, the desire to make that more of a place where people go and stay rather than go for one activity and then go home. It's also the place where we will probably have the greatest uptake from landlords. In order to make a business improvement district, you need landlords. You don't need the tenants. So being able to convince the landlords there and develop critical mass, we're the closest there. And hopefully then the proof of concept will be, look, this area, experience did this and experienced this growth. Now we want to replicate this in other neighborhoods and try and see how we can do that in different parts of the community.
So let's get to the practical question that Paul asked me, how should we be allocating money? And the question is there, if this belongs in on the plate of the planning department, I think it does. What resources do they not have? Person, is it something else? And how would you, as you're thinking about putting the budget together, what would you be doing with the funds that we have available?
Well, this is why this exercise is so important, right? Hearing this discussion, coming out of this at the end of it, the message that we give to the departments is this is a priority for the board. So it won't be, it will be primarily folks like Kara and Meredith, but it will also be, DPW on roadway repairs and maintenance in those commercial areas and so forth. They will be coming to us as we begin to build the budget with a priority list of expansion requests. And they will say, the select board wanted us to do more of this. This is the highest and best way to do that. And we'll try and figure out a way to make that work within the limited resources we have.
Yeah, and we're not allocating the money, we're just allocating priorities and
Right.
having them.
I appreciate that, but that, from that should flow an allocation of money.
Well,
in a sense.
Yeah, but not by us. Paul.
As an example, weekends, our commercial districts operate 7 days a week, often till 2 in the morning. 1 in the morning.
Hopefully one of them.
But, you know, but an allocation of funds to get somebody to come and take the trash, to pick up the trash, to make sure our commercial districts are attractive, even on the weekends when everybody is not working. You know, that would take some funds and a reallocation of resources in order to make sure that we're keeping, you know, our business areas, places where people want to go to. And on weekends, by the time Sunday comes around, they're long in the tooth. With respect to trash and trash that overflows and you get a pizza box put next to a trash bin. The rats come over, you know, so I could see that. I could also see us focusing specifically on the permitting process and what it takes. And actually mapping out the time and the sequence of how long it actually takes to permit a building. We went to, was it Chickpea? I forget.
Yeah.
Yep. She said it took 2 years. Now, I don't know what that 2 years took. I do know that,
She had to get the state license.
I do know as an example, there was a sandwich business that came before the board. We licensed it. And then it turned out that they had a small little sink that wasn't there or wasn't in the right place. It delayed the opening by like 5 months. I mean, this, you know, this is not, this isn't helpful to a small business, to take on that level of cost without generating revenue. Now, maybe they should have done something ahead of time, but anything that we can do to help shorten the cycle, lower the costs, help people get up, opening quicker and supporting them through those first 3 years of having a business is really, really important.
And you're beginning to do that, Chad, right?
So
Yeah,
this
I
is,
mean,
this
we
is
should
our summer project. Tiffany and Rochelle are really gonna work through this. And it's a monumental undertaking because we've done this for so long, but this is why I'm so grateful we have Tiffany and the whole team. You know, we have 2 great marketing specialists in Tiffany and Rochelle. So, marketing licensing specialists. So be able to do that over the summer, we're gonna start hopefully seeing some real results from that. It's gonna take some time, but we will get through it.
Yeah.
One of the things that Paul and I were talking about, it was in the context of getting help for housing. You have to get a permit, you have to open an account online in the system that is perhaps not the most user-friendly. And I think it would be really interesting for you to take a look at, to try it yourself. Say to yourself, I'm going to open a restaurant, or I'm going to open a storefront, and pick a location and go through that process and see what it's like without any help from anybody looking for. It would be a good exercise.
Okay,
Do you have other priorities or goals for us in other areas?
Name one.
Well, yeah, so one thing that's reflected in the survey certainly, and I think what we can develop is that we put a fair amount of money into the budget in an area that it didn't start, which is DPW, and I don't think there's any question that we want to continue that and expand it if we possibly can, but certainly continue that.
For roads and sidewalks.
Yeah, roads and sidewalks, and it would, along those lines, it'd be really useful, maybe it's too soon. But sometime maybe in the middle of the year, to get a report back from Aaron as to, okay, now, what's been accomplished that wouldn't have been accomplished before without these funds. So that we can make the case to ourselves and to the public that this is they're getting something for their money.
so, Dave?
Back to a point that John raised a bit earlier around being very mindful of buildings that might come off our tax roll. And also the reverse of buildings that could come onto our tax roll. So looking at both of those opportunities and finding a way to try to maximize our tax revenue. Now, obviously, we have limited funds as a municipality, and it's not like we can just buy up these properties. But to the extent that we can engage with community partners and encourage for-profit entities to acquire these buildings and be proactive about it. So I hear what Paul's saying about make the permitting process less cumbersome, make it so that new businesses can come online quickly. But even before that step, or we're simultaneous, I think engaging in proactive outreach are the type of businesses that we would want to come to Brookline. So not just making it easier for businesses to open here and then have the businesses magically find us, but to actually go out and say, business X, I think that you'd be a great match for Brookline. What can we do to make you come here? And try to, well.
Well, and here's why you'd be such a great match for Brookline. Sell them.
Right, sell them on Brookline and actually affirmatively engage in that outreach to bring them over here.
Yeah.
Yes, and maybe that includes buying public buildings that come for sale. There's one that's about to be for sale now, I think we all know.
Exactly.
But yeah, we really need some guidance or maybe policy on that, because if you go out to a business, they're gonna say, give us money and we'll come. So, I mean, we really have to, I think, have a real focus in terms of what we can offer and what we can offer.
Well, I would trust the expertise of our staff on that, of course, but then also, I think there are some non-monetary inducements. So for one obvious one is we're very close to Boston, so that certainly helps. Another one, depending on where in Brookline, is if it's the appropriate size, spacing, if it has other amenities around it that would be conducive for drawing in a customer base. So those are all potential selling points. But I think that our planning department, our town administrator, other staff would know how to engage in that type of outreach more specifically. I would just like to make sure that we see that happening, especially as we're dealing with a comprehensive planning process and Chestnut Hill West, but this really applies everywhere in town. So I'd like us to be proactive.
My concern is that we have policy or guidance or whatever, so that we don't, see an opportunity and just sort of jump at it without thinking about all the consequences that may ensue.
I'd be happy if we could at least agree that we want someone to maybe jump at it, right?
Right.
Right now, we're not taking that
Well,
initiative. Now, it doesn't mean we have to do it, but someone just needs to focus on it. I did have a different line of discussion for other ways to spend money, which trying to help Melissa with the budget. So we've heard from multiple people within the community about speed within Brookline. People just are driving too quickly on our roads. And I know we have one particular street that has a lot of advocacy, but like you, I've heard from others as well within town. Boston has a unique program that they've launched this year, where they're looking at the neighborhoods and citywide for speed bumps. For traffic calming, and they're being very, very aggressive. And the planning and installation of real traffic calming speed bumps, not the rubber things that you just stick, but they're designed properly. And I wonder if that's something that we potentially should look at as part of the CIP or the DPW budget, because I know we're hearing a lot about people are just driving too fast down our neighborhood streets. We do it in a planned way that if we're looking at a street, it's a complete street, they do traffic calming as part of that. But I don't think it's the Boston's program is very aggressive.
We had a conversation with, Aaron about, looking at the Complete Streets program, modifying it so that it gives her more flexibility, to move quickly on repaving and so forth. Speed bumps are one of those things that require a little bit more thought than just putting down a layer of, and they also require some, if the drainage changes, they can be, expensive, especially for raised crosswalk kind of thing. So I'm just trying to think about the consequences of.
I've raised it as a priority,
Yeah.
right? We're hearing it from the community. People aren't feeling particularly safe on our streets, and actually repaving them, actually, so it's just, I just raise it because, this is something that Boston's doing. with quite a bit of success, so.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We're looking at this, when we come back, you know, the board designated you, Paul and Mike as the kind of folks taking point on reevaluating complete streets. We're gonna talk about, we're in the process. We had one internal meeting with stakeholders about this. The consultant is now working on a revised policy, and procedures, kind of omnibus document, that we will work through internally. So I will take this back to them and see if we can incorporate language about speed control in there and how to prioritize for that. Because we want to balance it out, obviously, with the limited amounts of money that we have, you know, how we balance that out with everything else, but I mean.
Yeah, during town meeting, you know, DPW also talked about just revising their traffic calming policy anyway.
Yeah,
And so that's something that I think will kind of align well with the police.
Yes.
Yeah, that comes out of the conversation we had.
Okay, good.
Just along those lines, very quickly, someone offered a very helpful suggestion in an email just a couple of days ago. Along these lines, which is how about if we first look at school zones? And, you know, should there be, where there do not already exist, speed bumps, speed humps, whatever. As almost a routine part of the traffic control in school zones.
That's been part of the traffic calming policy since it was written.
But not all school zones have traffic.
No, there's not, it hasn't been executed in all schools, but it's certainly been looked at
Yeah.
in all schools.
Oh,
So I guess what this raises, because we're kind of getting into CIP land, right, is really taking a look at how, and I think we're probably gonna cover this later this afternoon, how we're prioritizing and allocating CIP funds. Because it all fits into this, right? Is a speed bump more important than a bike lane? Is it more important than refurbishing a park? You know, one of the things that's been on my mind is that we have a policy of refurbishing parks on a certain schedule. You know, whether it needs it or not, I think. And I wonder if we tweak that policy a little bit, by a year or two, does that then free up additional CIP funds for other things that we may want to do that are just as important, without damaging or lowering the quality of our recreation facilities? Something to consider.
I think somewhat relatedly to what Paul's talking about, capital planning more broadly with municipal properties. So to the extent that we could look at whether there's a way to consolidate certain sites, or at least just explore it, because if we could open up a potentially municipal owned site somewhere for some kind of community benefit or other, it would be worth at least knowing about it.
yeah.
So, I want to change the subject a little bit, by quite a lot. One of the things that came out of the survey that, Christina explained to us was, the question of affordability of, you're not gonna, food, healthcare, services, housing and so forth. And, the issue of, healthcare services and human services of that general nature. And we've had a housing office, and sustaining that effort is, I think, is going to be important. Seeing what kind of demand we get from it, you know, how much, who uses it, and perhaps going back to them and saying, well, what happened? But what do we want to consider in terms of funding or additional funding for those sorts of services? Is that something that has a priority over and above some of these other things, or below it? Where do we fit that in?
Oh,
One of the things that came out of the survey was childcare, the affordability of childcare, which I know you've been a strong advocate for, and we've done some allocation of ARPA,
Right.
but that's really not a sustainable
Certainly not.
solution. But that certainly is a significant barrier for residents and lower income residents to be able to afford to live and work within Brookline. So that, I would certainly support the continuation of that type of program, if we could find a way to do
Let me bring up another issue, and that is, north-south, South Brookline versus North Brookline, and I'm not sure what that means, other than, there is a proposal for a bike lane, between South Brookline and the high school. I don't know all the details, but I think that's something that, should be a priority, because, we're getting in a situation where almost like two towns in some ways, in some respects. And I'd like to also suggest that we should think about how we can sort of address the issues that seniors face in terms of transportation to the senior center, or maybe even long-term, thinking about, satellite senior centers in South Brookline, or using existing facilities of the town or others, for some programming. I mean, I don't know, I don't have any specific proposals, but I think that that's something that people are very concerned about, at least in the senior community. And in South Brookline with respect to transportation between, especially the high school in South Brookline.
I think that will come up as part of the comprehensive plan. But certainly if it's a higher priority, something that you wanted to start now, to do commission a review on the feasibility of doing something like that.
Well, yeah,
A senior center in South Brookline,
yeah,
or
this is not really a comprehensive plan issue, is it?
Sure,
It
it will
is-
certainly come up
yeah.
as part of it.
Yeah.
I guarantee, services in South Brookline, transportation in South Brookline, accessibility of South Brookline to North Brookline will come up as part of this.
Like,
So speaking as a cyclist, bicyclist, I would say that bringing, a bike path or a separated bike lane is a great idea from South Brookline, but that doesn't solve the problem that you're raising, because the vast majority of the population is not going to come to Coolidge Corner on a bicycle.
no,
From,
You would.
from South Street. Well, yeah, I mean, if I live on South Street, I'm making that.
yeah, I meant that as just an example of
Right,
the way
yeah,
we
but
stop,
I'm
north
trying
and
to
south.
broaden, I'm actually trying to broaden the conversation, to thinking about, transportation, for seniors. Newton has a program, in which, it's kind of a substitute for the MBTA's rather, lackluster, ride program. Newton has a substitute for that, and I believe that they've now outsourced that to an organization that provides that, could provide that, I think, in multiple towns. I'm wondering whether there's a way to link up with that, talk to Newton and see what they've done.
I have a news flash.
Okay.
News flash, okay, breaking news.
It happens to be an area I was just looking into this past week. And yes, Newton had something called Numo. I happened to see in a newsletter from the mayor of Newton that they are moving beyond Numo to a program called GoGo, with an outfit, GoGo, that does this, on sort of a contractual basis. Then I discovered, to my delight, Brookline already has GoGo. So we've gone from being one step behind Newton and Numo, and to, we got to GoGo before they got to go.
And GoGo is like calling an Uber or a Lyft and you get
Yeah,
subsidized, right?
it's sort of the idea of Uber or Lyft, but, mainly for like medical appointments for
Right.
seniors within a certain prescribed area, and you get a break if you're low income, and, it can be complicated, but it can also be of value to people who need.
So who knows about this? And what are we're doing?
Well, I
To be
don't think
fair-
about the name, I mean,
To be fair, if you go to the Council on Aging page of our website, and then you'll see a sub-page for transportation assistance, and then you'll see information about GoGo.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's how they've been doing it.
yeah. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
go
I should
ahead.
raise my hand. I would find it helpful, I don't know if others would, if we put aside the language of, goals, this, that, the other, and just said to-do list, what is our to-do list? And I'm just talking about in FY 25. What is our to-do list? Cause I mean, I could name a few things, others could probably name a few things. And we are, up against the clock in terms of we were gonna finish this part of our meeting by noon. Would that idea be helpful to people?
But, to-do list instead of.
Yeah, it's like, do this in FY 25. I'd like to see this
Well,
done in
yeah,
FY
that,
25.
that can be part of it, but
Yeah.
I think we need to, according to Charlie, make sure we have a goal and objectives document
Mhm.
that, is both useful for departments, but also useful for, best practices.
Yeah. Yeah.
Metal.
And we do have your lengthy, but, workable list of objectives from the prior.
Yeah.
From, which include, all 5 select board members provided input on these. And they include both broad things like, observe prudent financial practices, to
Yeah.
very specific things like
Yeah.
develop develop an approach and plan to adopt a non-emergency request system similar to 311. That's a very specific to-do list, begin, complete the disparity study, complete the human services assessment. All of those are concrete goals for, the to-do list for FY 25.
Mhm.
In addition to the broader overarching objectives. So if there are things that are not on that list that you think we should be, or if there are things on that list that you think need our particular focus, then we're happy to hear.
Sorry, John, I don't mean to interrupt.
No,
I just wanted to frame this a little bit in the sense that, the FY 25 budget is set, right? So what we're looking for are goals and objectives for the
Yeah.
next year that help us develop the financial plan.
Right.
So it seems like both, there's salience for both, right? Like the select board
Yeah.
could have a running to-do list of what are we working on over the next 12-month period.
Yeah.
But what we're looking for is either to say, well, we're happy with these goals as they stand for FY 26, or realistically, we need to make sure we spell out our commitment to roads, or we need to make sure we spell out our commitment to small business, whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
Because we haven't set the financial priorities for FY 26 yet, and we need feedback to do that. That's sort of I think that's sort of the framing of the conversation, but both things could be useful, and I think if you wanna pursue that, a to-do list, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we've had an action list before, with then specific to the select board assignments as well, so
Mhm.
it's not uncommon.
Well, so far I've heard continue our commitment to public safety. I assume that includes both police and fire.
Doesn't have a to-do list.
What's that?
Are we talking about to-do
Priorities,
list now?
he's talking for.
Yeah, priorities in general.
Yes.
I thought the to-do list would be things like, I think this is important. To develop a fiscal working group that monitors, schools' finances. That's a to-do thing that we can say, we want that set up.
Mhm.
As opposed to, some of the more. Take prudent steps to pay competitive wages. That's more of this is a priority, we want you to figure out how to do that. Whereas setting up a committee, it's, let's do this now, and there are a couple other things that are along those lines. David?
Just one question on that particular example. How does that differ from town school partnership?
This is an idea that I got from Chaz, okay, so.
Well, I'm happy, what I'm really talking about, what I was talking about more was for the 2023 override, there was a small working group, that featured, citizens who had worked on past overrides, people with experience in TSP, the select board member, it was Mike, and Melissa and myself, school committee member, advisory committee members. And that group met on a regular basis to develop the contours of the 2023 override. At that point, it was assumed that we needed an override, and the general contours of the override on the school's side were known. That is, we knew that the schools had an operating shortfall that would make up the core of the override. And then the question was, what were the other things that we would do as part of this plan? And if you'll recall from the override presentation over the course of that winter and spring, we tried to identify wherever possible non-levy sources of revenue that could be used to accomplish the goals that group recognized. They said, all right, we know there's an operational shortfall, we know that's there. What are the other goals that we're hearing from the community that need to be addressed? How are we gonna, parcel that out? What is the community willing to bear in terms of a voluntary tax increase? And where can we get creative to find other sources of funds to deal with that? So that happened on a very truncated schedule. And when you compare that to for example, the 2008 override that produced, I think, like a 70-page document, it was by necessity more of a compressed process. So my hope would be that you would potentially start a similar working group now, well in advance of the end of this current override cycle, so that we're having those conversations, not the winter before we need to put something on the ballot, but a year or more out before, so that we have clear guidance from all the stakeholders about what's necessary and creativity about how we're gonna get there. Because before we go to the voters to ask to voluntarily increase their tax levy, we want them to have confidence that it's a necessary ask versus wouldn't it be nice to ask?
Yeah, and the way I look at this is a continuous process. So it's not, reactive to needs that we, see, year by year, but a continuous process of monitoring, our revenue expenditures and being able to anticipate that maybe next year, 2 years down the road, we're gonna have to begin to consider an override. Paul?
I think the language and how we describe this is really important. So we're automatically saying we're gonna have an override study committee. I think that's a
No, that's
mistake.
not what
Let me get the words up. I'm hearing override. We need to plan for the operating override. We need to plan for the next question on the ballot. And I'd like us to maybe modify the language a little bit and have some balance. Where are the opportunities in the existing budget where we haven't found efficiencies? Have we ever taken a very hard look at trimming the fat? I think that's an important exercise to go through, before we start talking about going to the voters for an operating override. We may still have to go, but I want to have the confidence that we have scrubbed, the budget in a way that we've aligned priorities with services and service levels to a sufficient extent that without going and ask for additional tax levy, we wouldn't be able to provide core services.
I agree with Paul, and also furthermore, I want to make sure not just that the verbiage, but also the substantive work of the group reflects that there's not a presumed outcome as to what the recommendation will be from the membership of that committee. And in addition to seeing where further efficiencies can be realized, also looking at how we can, as rapidly as possible, expand our commercial base in particular, to try to expand the revenue that comes into the town, which is why earlier I was talking about some of my priorities being affirmative outreach to businesses that we would want to bring into Brookline, and taking a look at what John said about public, about nonprofit properties that might be coming off the tax roll or the reverse. To make sure that we're really proactive about that, because those are potential revenue generators, and that can help forestall potential overrides.
Except that we can't say or suggest to people that we'll never have an override. The question is, are we putting an override on the ballot when it's really needed, as opposed to when it's just convenient or in reaction to something? And the structure of state government or state finances is such that we are required to have an override if we're going to survive long term. Because 2.5 limits, the amount of money that we can naturally receive over time, and it's intended to push us into the override.
Well, I'm not sure we're ever required to have one. You can always.
So you're not required to have one, but I mean,
Only if you wanna keep operating.
yeah, only if you want to keep operating, right?
Yeah, but again, I think you'd agree that the language that we use to describe a review should include actually making sure that we are as efficient and focused as possible on the operating side before we ask for additional money. Now, that how much, well, again, it's how you describe it. We're gonna have an override study group. I will oppose
But
that.
no one's talking about an override study group.
Okay.
I mean, that was not specifically not a
Okay,
purpose.
we have used that language in the past. I'm just saying that,
We're
can I
talking about-
finish? I just wanna finish.
Okay. Finish.
Well, we could debate. I believe that the probability of the voters supporting additional funding above the levy. Depends on how confident they are that we have used every dollar efficiently as possible. And I'm not gonna presume that it's an automatic that they're gonna do it. We saw how close the last one was. So that's what I'm saying. We need to be very cautious about how we approach it. And I, for one, would want to make sure that we have wrung every bit of inefficiency and possible opportunities for cost savings out of the budget before we add additional requests to the community.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a point well taken, and we are certainly on our side, we're really trying our best. We've already taken those steps in this fiscal year to pay for the police contract, right? Like I went through with a fine tooth comb, everyone's, outside services budgets, and I looked where we could realize efficiencies, and we had to make some tough decisions, we had to say, it's not, you may have to do more with less here in some of these departments, and so we are making those decisions on a regular basis, given, our current economic climate. But I think your point is very well taken, we don't want to presume anything, if something is to pass, the voters will need to believe that it's truly necessary. And I think you see that too with how the last override was structured. 2A passed, 2B, which included discretionary, wouldn't it be nice if we had a composting program, failed. And I think the message from the voters was pretty clear. We want the town to have the resources it needs to do what it needs to do. But we are not in the mood to spend more money on discretionary services at this juncture unless we think they're really vital to the community. So that's the mindset that we would approach this kind of work from.
Okay, we're 12:15.
Break.
Yeah, I assume some people want to take a break to hit the music.
Oh, we've launched.
Lunch,
Right
you
at
have lunch.
lunchtime.
Well, there are two priorities, and now you've identified.
Okay,
Those are the short-term priorities.
Yeah.
when shall we return?
Well, I thought this was a working lunch, or did you change that?
No, we didn't change it. Initially, we had budgeted an hour with the idea that if there was play in the joints, if we needed to go earlier, you had suggested 12:30 in a working lunch. Given that we're at 12:15 now, do you want to split the difference and say 12:45? Or do people need till 1, which is fine?
Well, I thought, okay, so you changed the schedule here, from what we talked about.
No, I'm sorry, this is how we initially posted this, we had posted it this way.
Okay.
And you would put together the run of show to kind of my understanding was that you would put together the run of show to try to maximize efficiency.
Right.
So all the postings on the original schedule are approximate. The board can do what it wants to do. Do you want to come back at 1? Do you want to come back at?
I'd suggest coming back at 1. Have a lunch and a break and a walk and a stretch.
Works for me.
We will still have plenty of time in the set schedule.
Yeah.
I just think you,
Okay, so it's gonna be a regular lunch, not a working lunch.
yes, I think so. If that's okay with you.
But it's fine with me, I just wish I'd known that.
No, I'm sorry.
No. Application, go on the slide.
I understand they don't want to.
Which
No, no.
board member made that?
Yes.
We
are ready.
Okay.
Jim Carroll.
Tell me when.
I think,
You're good.
I think that commission's out of.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the return of the select board, to our workshop, session. And let's start off with, discussion of town fiscal policies, revenue and planning, a briefing and discussion by, various people, Chaz, Melissa, Charlie Young.
I will
Is
turn it
Charlie
over.
here.
Charlie unfortunately had to leave. He had a conflict there, but he's gonna be joining us online momentarily. But I'll turn it over to Melissa and Lincoln to kind of discuss fiscal policy overviews, particularly, and broaden the discussion as we were talking about how we, shape these policies to reflect your priorities.
So I'm gonna share my screen as well. And this is kind of coming off the town meeting discussion in these, screen sharing privileges. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Coming off the town meeting discussion, I think it makes sense to, kind of start with the fiscal policies because, as we're allocating funds, it's the policies that kind of come off the top in terms of revenue allocation and then everything kind of leads from there. And I've got Lincoln Hyman, our finance director, here to assist with some of the finer points of the policies and the discussion. We are probably going to be looking to present some revised policies, given the change in Moody's and the guidance that we've received from Moody's on our targets for undesignated fund balance. And so while we're at it, we do know that there are other tweaks to the policies that we would like to make as well. We'll probably bring those to you later on this year, but I think it would be good, there are some questions that we have just to kind of either reaffirm where we are with the policies or maybe revisit the prioritization that exists in the policies. And I think it would be kind of a good starting point to have that conversation with the board today. Primarily what we're gonna be talking about are our policies for our CIP, the allocation of our reserves, our free cash, and then our unfunded liabilities policy. And so these have been in existence since the late nineties and, have been looked at and tweaked over the years, most recently in 2011. All these policies relate to each other, so, to the extent that you are tweaking one, it will have an impact on the other. It's important that we kind of look at the overall picture, as we kind of go through, changes that we might want to the policies. So we have our CIP policy, which says, we first start off with 6% of prior year net revenue. Then you add free cash to get to 7.5%. And then within the 6% policy, we have a goal of having 4.5% debt and 1.5% in tax financed or revenue financed CIP. We know we need to tweak the policy to acknowledge that the override funds are added to the 6% policy. So once the override funds are fully implemented, that's when we'll have a revised CIP policy. But I think just a broader question is, should the 7.5% be revisited? And so, that is an amount that would be, close to $5 million that we've been allocating in cash. Is that enough? Less, these are kinds of some of the things that we've been thinking about. We've been historically funding above the 7.5, given the constraints and the demands on the CIP. As an example, this year, we had $12 million of free cash go to support the CIP. So that was an unusual year for free cash, and we'll talk a little bit more about that and some of the factors that went into that. It also drives some of the decisions around revenue projections as well. There are things that are in our local receipts that we are being conservative on. And then there's activity in the local receipts that we consider to be one-time in nature that we don't want to build recurring expenses against. And so there's kind of an intentional under budgeting in certain areas. And so we can talk about that when we get to the revenue piece as well. So the reserve policy, so we have our operating reserve. which is the current target is 1% of prior year net revenue. One of the things that we, should talk about is whether or not that 1% would need to be adjusted. If we decide that we want to change, this year, for example, the school department is potentially coming for reserve fund transfer. And that is a rare occurrence for use of the operating reserve. And so the question is, if we want to acknowledge that this could be a regular occurrence, is the 1% target enough? Or is there a way that we can do something separately? We've talked a little bit about potentially having a special education reserve. And so whether or not that needs to be added to the list of reserves that we currently have. The second area of reserves is our unreserved fund balance, slash the stabilization fund also counts towards our undesignated fund balance. The prior goal was to have a minimum of 10% with a goal of 12.5. We're now hearing from Moody's that it's total governmental funds. So before it was just the general fund. Now it's expanded to total governmental funds, which includes water and sewer and the golf course. And that the target really is 20% as kind of the minimum. And Lincoln and I have been talking about kind of comparing ourselves to the other communities that are also in the AAA Moody's ratings and trying to strive to be at the median of where they are. And we'll have some measures at the end of the slide deck that show where we currently are.
And by the way, have we figured out whether that sort of universe of AAA entities includes just municipalities like cities and towns?
Yeah, so we know for the Massachusetts, we're comparing ourselves to the other Massachusetts municipally rated communities by
Is
Moody's.
it cities and towns, municipalities?
Yes, yes.
Correct, yeah, the only municipal entities in Massachusetts that are AAA rated are municipalities. That makes, as opposed to say, a fire district. Yeah. Right.
Or
Regional school districts.
Or state authority.
or state
Or
authority.
state authority, sure.
The next reserve that we have is our liability catastrophe fund, so we are self-insured for the most part. We do have insurance policies on buildings and certain high-level vehicles like fire trucks. So the target for the liability fund is 1% of prior year net revenue. Given our claims experience, it seems to be working well for us. I think it would be a rather costly endeavor to try and secure insurance instead of being self-insured, and so that is kind of where we are with the liability fund. I think that town council will likely want to have conversations with the advisory committee about the potential use of the liability fund for certain expenses, but I think that's more of a future conversation on the way that it's being used, whether or not it would make sense to fund it in this liability fund or whether or not it belongs in the operating budget. So that's kind of just a future conversation that he would be looking to have. Then we also have the overlay reserve, which is, for, to protect us in case we have tax challenges to our assessed values. We just recently had the Board of Assessors certify $3 million to support the CIP. And that is in compliance with our policies, which say that the overlay should be used for one-time purposes and specifically for CIP. So we know that there are going to need to be tweaks to at least bucket number 2 and potential discussion on some of the other areas of our reserve policy. Then we have our free cash policy. And so our free cash policy, maybe this is like an area that we can probably dive into a little bit more. It builds off the reserve policy. So the first 2 buckets are coming, or first 3 buckets are coming from the reserve policy. And then we have our capital improvement plan to get us to the 7.5%. Then the next priority area is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We've been talking that these policies were established before the CPA was in existence. So whether or not the board would like to re-examine that prioritization. And then we also have our special use, which is our other trust funds for things like workers' comp, OPEBs we've put in the past before. And so, the question is really, are these still the same priorities? Are there any changes to the level of funding that we have for these areas? These are things that, we'd like to talk a little bit further with you about. Then we have our revenue. So, once we know what the prioritization is for reserve levels and CIP, you know, if we are in compliance with all of these policies, I need to be able to generate at least $9 million in order to hit the current funding targets. And so, given that, you know, we raise the levy fully every year, the one area where there is flexibility is in the local receipts. And so that's where I'm trying to generate that money, because the operating budget doesn't always produce surpluses that we can rely on for the following year.
Can you rewind just for a second?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you, Bernard. When you say 9 million in what?
I need 9 million in free cash in order to hit policy targets
Gotcha, okay,
that are required, for use of free cash.
okay, thank you.
Can you go back to the waterfall just?
Sure, yep.
New ladder.
Waterfall ladder.
Thank you.
Yep.
And how do you generate more free cash and what?
So free cash is coming from a few different places. So free cash is coming either from excess revenue over what we budget, or it's coming from turnbacks from departmental budgets. So to the extent that we don't spend everything, like for example, this year, we had a very easy snow year. So our reserve fund is turning back money that otherwise would have been spent for snow. So that's part of what we'll get in free cash next year. Then to the extent that there are collections from prior years that come in after the year is closed, that supports free cash as well. And then it also is dependent on the way that some of our grant money flows in and out, because DOR will put a hold on any grants that may not be, you know, they may still have obligations out there that they might have a balance that would reduce what we would otherwise have available. Am I covering it all?
I got it, well, and the one last major piece is any free cash from the previous fiscal year that we're keeping in reserve and
Rolls
not
in.
appropriating, and which is, you know, traditionally been the case for Brookline.
Yeah, so
So you can-
traditionally, we don't allocate $2.7 million in order to ensure that we at least have that the following fiscal year.
So what you control is unreserved fund balance at the end of the year.
So
It controls quote unquote.
what we have the most flexibility to ensure that we're producing the free cash number that we need to hit is the local receipts.
And how to.
Forecasting
increase
local
that.
To be conservative in local receipts in order to ensure that we're hitting the number that we need in order to hit the policy targets.
One follow-up.
Sure.
Turnbacks,
Yes.
operating budget turnbacks,
Correct.
not the reserve. Do you have a sense of how that's been running?
So I would say that we are more pinched because we are now doing things like taking salary savings in departmental budgets where we never had before. So that varies year to year, and I would say that, you know, for this year, for example, in DPW, we had about less than $400,000 for snow and ice. We were able to cover that with turnbacks. So you'll see that kind of, the beneficiary of that is the reserve fund, but the snow and ice hit every year can vary.
So I guess my question is it, if you could just give me an order of magnitude, is it $500,000 typically that's going back to free cash? Is it 2 million? Do you have a sense?
Well, I have a sense it's not consistent, I would say.
Okay,
So, and
what's the range?
I'd have to get back to you on.
Okay, I'd love to see a chart.
Yeah, I can give you something for that, but I would say that it's definitely, our budgets were fatter probably 5 years ago. And we are, you know, we've been making reductions year over year because the needs are great every year. So, you know, I would say that, you know, we've never taken salary savings in departmental budgets before. In the past 2 years, we have. So that is definitely, we've been able to usually provide flexibility to departments, and that flexibility sometimes turns into turnbacks.
Like you.
Yeah, looking at this, the reason I asked for the slide for that, the last one, special use, you mentioned that may go into OPEX or something of that sort. That would presumably be over and above the standard amount that we have programmed into the budget.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I think, you know, the question is, are there new areas that need to be added to the waterfall? Or are there existing areas that may need more funding? As an example, you know, the CIP, you know, more or less, You know, if there are other unfunded areas that we want to address, you know, does that make its way into the waterfall as well?
See,
Yeah.
it seems to me the key question is, we need $9 million of free cash in order to make policy work, that is, fit all of these various pieces together.
Yep.
What is the, risk that we have that we'll miss that target?
So I would say that to the extent that we fall short in our revenue projections, the first place that will take the hit is the CIP. Because that is the area that we then revisit after we've fulfilled all the first obligations.
Right.
So the CIP is always the beneficiary of additional free cash.
Okay, that's useful to,
Mhm.
yeah, okay. Yeah, raise the piggy bank, occasionally you raise the piggy bank and sometimes you help.
Well, it's one-time money, and so the CIP has projects that are one-time in nature, so, you know, it basically will constrain what we can do in a given year.
Paul?
I just, so the 20% reserve. I would assume that's either means we're gonna increase free cash or we're gonna take away from something, correct?
So we're saying that, the way that we think that the easiest way to preserve the unreserved fund balance is just to keep putting money into the stabilization fund. And so there used to be a target on the stabilization fund that was, kind of back in 2011, it was just say, well, get to 10, but we don't have to put a prescription on what the actual funding level is. Lincoln and I have been talking about, you know, strategies to get to the 20, well, to get above the 20% because we want to be at the median for AAA communities. And, you know, whether or not that requires regular infusion of stabilization, since it's the second bucket in the overall prioritization, you know, we can just set the target ourselves, instead of having like a specific number.
But my point is, your item number 2 on the ladder.
Yep.
You would increase the amount of money, so instead of being minimum 10%, you might say minimum 15% or 20%. That means that number's gonna go up.
Yes,
So does that mean that we either have to increase the overall free cash from 9 to 10 million, or we're gonna take away from CIP?
I think what will happen is that the lower rungs of the ladder will not have as much money.
And they include OPEB.
Right, because we don't, every year we don't necessarily fund OPEBs, but when we have a good free cash year, we generally do.
It includes the additional money
The additional.
over and above the $250,000 increase that's programmed now for each year.
That's, yeah.
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 So,
Okay.
and the state's general rule of thumb is that your free cash number should be 3 to 5% of your revenue from the prior fiscal year, which we have hit consistently over the last several years. And it's just these last 2 years that have been anomalies, right? We've usually been in the 4 and like 3/4 range, like on the high end of the state's good balance range. And then these last 2 years, for one-off reasons, we were above it.
Which we can jump into as well.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Just to put a number on it, so when we're talking about, so that people understand it, we understand for that matter. We're talking about increasing the overall reserves by essentially 2% of total revenue of tax,
So that is 10%, and when we're talking about the 20% minimum now that Moody's is looking for AAA.
that's 10%.
Massachusetts municipalities, right, that's 10% of total prior year revenue.
Okay, so that's $30 million is the target.
Correct. It's well.
Closer to 40.
Closer to 40, right?
Yeah.
So it does indicate over time a significant new investment in reserves, specifically stabilization.
Okay.
And that's the total balance, it's not how much you have to put in each year, right? It's just as
That's
long as the
right,
reserve
that's right.
has that total.
That's right.
So we would need to get to 40 million.
Right, but
Right.
don't forget that the 30, whatever $1 million is, it goes up every year as collections go up as
Right.
well, because you're the 20% of the,
Right, goes to at least 2.5% a year.
yeah.
That's right, and in the third year, they're override, right, it's to your point. It's over and above the regular levy increase, yes.
Right, so an override actually costs us money in terms of reserves. And, you know, obviously it's a net result of money, but we have to add to reserves as a consequence of an override.
So then to just go back to revenues, just looking at local receipts. And I think that, you know, we can probably dive further into some of the intricacies of the projections when we talk with the working group. But two areas that I just want to highlight as kind of intentional surpluses, if you will.
Melissa, I'm sorry, for those that are seeing challenged, could you make this a little bigger? Is that possible?
I don't know how to blow it up with
Okay.
the presentation.
Okay.
Um,
That's okay, keep going.
okay, so as an example, interest income, this is kind of one of the main reasons, thank you, whoever's doing that. The interest income, the actual in fiscal 23 was almost $6 million. That is an anomaly, but we have not seen interest income at that level ever. And there's reason behind that. If you look at the prior year, the actual is 244,000. And so part of that is related to the high interest environment. And part of it is also related to ARPA funds as well. Lincoln can probably elaborate on the interest.
Yeah, so there's several things going on there, and to be clear, that figure for fiscal year 2023 will not be repeated for fiscal year 2024. So to Melissa's point, there was a direct grant of ARPA monies on which, remember, in the last 2 years from this time ago until now, the federal funds rate, by which banks lend to each other overnight has risen 4 percentage points.
Yeah.
So we, the town, are receiving, much of our funds are in money markets and in the legal list of set stocks. Money market funds are earning 5%. Do we know what that's gonna look like a year or 2 years from now? No, but I think that is anomalous. To Melissa's point regarding ARPA, we have the direct grant of ARPA monies that we've been receiving that higher interest rate on. Those monies are going out the door, right? So we won't be in the future. And the final big piece of that for fiscal year 2023 is an accounting change in how, so the other thing, the two major things that the town is invested in outside trust funds is money market accounts and in treasury bills and notes. And so the strategy that one of our financial advisors done is timing duration of treasury notes. So we had a significantly less amount in fiscal year 2022, for a variety of reasons. One of which is that because the interest rates were rising so much, the price of the bonds was dropping, right? The inverse relationship there. So that the DOR rules used to be that those losses were taken in that year. And so there was a loss on those, but then a subsequent gain in fiscal year 2023 because those maturities, because those treasuries were coming due. As a point of comparison, at the close of May, while our investment income it was at $3.3 million for fiscal year 2024. So again, higher than what's normal, so to speak, certainly because of the interest rates, but less significantly than fiscal year 2023, absolutely, because of this time in the treasuries.
If we're probably heading into a period of lower rates, you would expect that bond rates would similarly drop. Values of what we currently hold will trickle down to value goes up.
That's right.
Is that so? You would expect in the short run some gains that you can book, but then once they actually, unless you sell them.
Except
Yeah.
now the Department of Revenue has changed that, and so that you take the gain or loss at not in the fiscal year,
Right.
but when they are sold. When they are sold.
Okay, so you
So-
can still have a treasury operation that makes some
That's
sense.
right.
You just can't book the
That's
results.
right. Correct.
So this kind of volatility is why we don't assume that as the budgeted amount, because it goes away.
Right.
And you don't wanna book recurring expenses against that if it's not gonna be something that's gonna be regular recurring.
Last question about interest, Lisa, me. stabilization funds those are on deposit, similarly, they handle through the same process of, money market and,
So those can actually by law be invested slightly more aggressive. They are still nevertheless on the legal list, so that's a list of 22 stocks that the bank sets out, that municipalities may purchase for funds other than trust funds, and then there are also certain bond instruments, but, so it's a little bit more aggressive, allowed to be a little more aggressive.
all right, and does that interest flow back into the stabilization fund, or can we do anything about, can we use that as part of our general revenue?
No, so by definition, the stabilization fund, investment income, interest income stays in the stabilization.
All right, thank you. All right, so that helps a bit.
It helps us get to our goal, though, yeah.
A bit,
Yeah.
yes, it is.
Can I ask a
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just want to get my head around the issue of, what we're budgeting for local receipts and what actually comes in and what we're expecting as the gap.
Mhm.
So for FY 25, what is the gap that we're expecting to have to fund free cash? I know, is there an idea? Do we have an idea of that, or? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that we, are assuming, well, so fiscal 25, so fiscal 20, you're basically asking how 24 is going. Because the free cash that we're gonna get next is gonna be,
Okay, that's what I.
right, so we will have a revenue surplus. It will be less than what we had last year, because of this interest income, it'll at least be, probably $3 million less than last year. And we know that we have a healthy reserve fund right now, to the extent that we, don't need it for snow and ice, so that's probably another $1.5 million that we would, that would probably get turned back. If we don't drain it for other things, which the only other things that we have coming down the pike are fire overtime and potentially, the school request. And so, we're seeing that it will be less than last year, but, kind of within the norm of where we typically would be landing, so. I would expect that we'll be able to meet our policy requirements.
One thing to keep in mind when we're talking about fiscal year 2025 revenues is that the pieces that we had seen that we think maybe perhaps are not one-time in nature, that may be some sort of continuing trend, they were conservatively increased in terms of the projection. So specifically motor vehicle excise, hotel, motel, meals, and meals excises. Those projections were increased for fiscal year 2025 because we are seeing coming out of the pandemic that, while we can be conservative and we should continue to be conservative, we can increase those some.
So looking at that chart, so the increases are, well, for example, parking was mostly meters.
We increased the meter fees, and that's part of the reason why.
Right, but in my brain, 25 cents equals, a lot more than $200,000. On a meter fee, and,
We're also seeing reduced activity though as well, so
Okay.
that's part of it as
Yeah.
well.
And recall, you increased meter rates halfway through the fiscal year.
Right, fair enough.
Fiscal year.
Motor vehicle excise by 100,000. Okay, the key question is, do we want you to be more aggressive or equally careful about this batch?
Yeah, so the other area that I would say that we would wanna talk about is building permits, cause that is the area that, take aside the interest income, issue. Building permits has been deliberately lower than what we are bringing in. You can see the $9.9 million and, the 4 million that we're budgeting, and most of what's in general government is building permits. And the way that I've always been describing that line item is that is what's feeding your CIP. That surplus is specifically generating around $5 million that is going to support the CIP. Everything else, can fluctuate, for example, local options, I'm probably gonna need to bring down the marijuana estimate because I'm seeing that come in, still less than what we had already pulled it down by.
Licenses and permits has been very consistent over the years. I'm hearing today a discussion about wanting to make sure the business community is supported. So even though we may not have increased fees in that area in a while, I'm not hearing that there's reception for that. Parking and court fines, I think that's around the activity of whether or not, if we're fully staffed in police, maybe that number would go up. But at this point, it's a lower number than we have historically had. Some of it is pandemic related and some of it is related to staffing as well. And then the pilots, those are, most of the activity in pilots is related to our largest pilot, which is BU. The other pilots are smaller, so pilots are pretty predictable. And then the refuse fee, we raised that in fiscal '24, and so fiscal '25 is consistent with that. And then I think we'll have to look at in terms of, the pilot that DPW is wanting to do, and what might be necessary in order to kind of address increased costs in sanitation as well. So, that's kind of just an overall discussion of local receipts and some of the thoughts that we have behind some of the estimates as well. We can do, deeper dive, in a different conversation. But, this is kind of the fund balance, prior to Moody's changing. Everything to the left of the red bar is kind of the way that we were measuring ourselves. And so you can see how our fund balance was declining and we were, making concerted efforts to bring it back up. We had put, 1 year we put 4.5 million in. This coming year, we're putting in another 2.5 million as a way to try and boost it. And then you can see how the target is now changing based on that revised guidance as well. And so this chart just shows with the new guidance, the first half of that chart is getting a little bit cut off. But it basically just shows where we are compared to, the other AAA rated communities. This was presented at town meeting as well. So you can see we're at the low end of where we would like to be. And we've had some conversations both with Moody's and also with our financial advisor. And there are a lot of metrics that they measure us against, and the one measure that we feel we have the most control over in order to improve that rating is the level of fund balance. And so, that's why we're recommending that our target really should be the median, which is at 37.9%, that you see on the chart.
That's a big,
Big number.
yeah, it's a big number, and even putting an extra $1 million a year into it gives it, sort of by the time I retire, you might make it.
Well, I think we're also, we've been talking about that potentially these numbers might shift down a little bit
Yeah.
because a lot of what you're seeing is getting propped up with ARPA funds.
Okay.
And so some of these numbers may decline, based, once you take ARPA out of the equation, it may not be as high as 37.9, but at least for these are fiscal '23 numbers. And so this is kind of where we are in '23. We're about to close '24. We'll recalibrate and see where that leaves us. We have been putting money into the stabilization fund. Maybe that'll help us out a little bit more.
But our ARPA money is in there as well.
Well,
I mean, so why isn't this apples to apples, basically?
so I think that it's about the,
Yeah, so to Melissa's point, right, so we are of the 15 AAAs, right? We are second to last, we're second to last, number 14, right, in terms of reserves as a percent of overall revenue, right? But to Melissa's point, and the median in Massachusetts is 37.9% as opposed to our 23.1%. To Melissa's point, the median will probably drop because the ARPA monies are being spent out across
so everyone's,
Massachusetts.
we'll be below the 20.
Right.
That's what we think will happen.
Right.
Right, that's what I'm suggesting, it is an apples to apples comparison.
Right, so to the extent that, say, the Massachusetts median drops to 30%, we still wanna get to 30%, and we're below 30% now.
Right, and,
And is that over time?
yeah.
Yes.
What do you think the time frame is?
Well, I think that's part of what we wanna talk to you about. How aggressive do you want us to be in trying to meet this target?
Well, we invest the funds, the reserve fund somewhere, and what's our earnings, and is that factored in here?
It's part of the overall unreserved fund balance, because the
Okay.
stabilization fund is
So it's
part
part
of
of
it.
interest?
Yes,
So we do, we're not gonna get there with interest alone. I mean, I think everyone knows that, but just to sort of say it out loud, yes.
so, and Lincoln and I were talking about that potentially a good target would be to time it with the, full funding of our pension system. So if we can say, let's get there by the time that we're fully funded, that way, we're not worrying about still needing to shovel money into the stabilization fund as we're freeing up funding from fully funding our pension system.
Is that like 20 years out?
No,
2030.
2030.
5 years.
5 years.
yeah, we have a bonus coming at us that.
So you wanna get to the 20% reserves within 5 years?
So it's not competing with other priorities that are gonna be talked about as we're dealing with what to do with the funding that's coming off the pension system.
Just to be clear, we have been at 23.1%. We've done the math now for the first time with Moody's new metrics that we learned about, earlier this calendar year. So for fiscal 23, based on close of, the close of fiscal year 23, we're at 27.1%. But, what we've been talking about, and I think what we'd like your guidance on is attempting to get to the median, at this point, 37.9%,
Which we think
over
is
that
too high,
5 years.
which we think is too high right now, right? Or it's gonna come down, you're saying.
Potentially.
Potential.
Well, but we still have work to do.
Yeah, but our 27% is gonna come down as well. So it's,
At the minimum, we need to get to 20.
there's still a 10% gap,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
And again, 10% is almost $40 million. And so if you're gonna try and do that over 5 years, that's $8 million a year. That's a big fight.
How could we do that?
It would be less funding for the CIP, that's how it, or more conservative revenue projections.
Or what's Moody's tolerance for us saying, well, we're working on the pension, and when we get to that point, we'll put some of this money around.
I think the tolerance is probably the same as their tolerance for everyone else on that,
Of
so.
course, but everybody-
And so I would say, to Melissa's point earlier, there are factors outside of our control.
Yeah.
Our financial advisor and Moody's both know, we know this is the factor where we have control, right? And where, their scorecard of all their scorecard indicates that we should be at AA2, not AAA or AA1.
Yeah.
And so how can we improve that, that expectation here's the one area that we can do that. So it is a large amount, but here's the one area that we have within our control.
One other question, and how much does the current bond, AAA rating save us annually? What's the payback?
I asked Ken Lewis that question, so I'd be interested in knowing what is yours or.
I'd like to do a little more. I don't have the answer right now. I think for me to properly answer that a little bit more, I'd wanna look at what is the effect now today in today's market as opposed to say 5 years ago. So personally, I'd like to do a little more research to look at, okay, AA1 municipalities in the last 6 months, what rates were they getting on what size of bond?
It would be helpful, you understand the question, right? What's the payback to go add $40 million, $8 million a year
Mhm.
to get to this goal? Is it worth it?
We're not gonna have $40 million, you're gonna,
40 per year, for 40 in total,
in total, $8 million a year.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, the choices are off, you either have to, if you, project local receipts more aggressively, you're gonna end up with a smaller, free cash at the end, so 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Right, I mean, but then there are other funding areas, like as an example, and I'm not suggesting that we do this, but your OPEB funding, does that shift to the stabilization fund until you hit that target for undesignated fund balance?
Right.
That's another area where you would have flexibility.
Okay.
But that's $250,000.
And no,
No, it's
No, no,
over
okay.
$5 million.
What's that?
It's over $5 million.
so what,
$150,000 increase each year.
Oh, increase, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So we're spending five and a half now.
Do you have a recommendation?
Well, I think this is what we thought we would have a conversation, and then we would come back with a recommendation once we got a better sense of like how the board is feeling about all of this. And I think Jazz is also the same rate.
oh, I'm sorry.
My question there is, what about a slightly longer time horizon? If we were to say not 5 years, but 10 years and have it 4 million a year, demonstrating a renewed commitment to it, but also,
That's a question.
right, is, something is better than nothing, and
Should you get
certainly,
credit for Moody's for,
yeah.
Yeah, I think they do,
Intense.
they do recognize that we do have, they recognize that we do have, an OPEB plan that where other communities don't, and we are at the top of that chart in terms of funding for OPEBs. And they do recognize that we do have a community that's been very supportive of all these overrides and debt exclusions, and our track record with that is something that, is important as well. So there are multiple variables that basically result in our rating, but this is the one variable that we have control over.
Could we put OPEB off a few years and use the extra money to, put in reserve fund?
Well, I think that's what we may wanna look at, is whether the 250 would be better, dedicated to the stabilization fund, whether or not we pause, these are things that we would wanna try and come back to you with a formal recommendation based on kind of the feedback that we're getting.
Or maybe you need to give us, some options.
Yeah,
So that we can digest and think through all the implications.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry. So, my understanding, recollection of, how we do the OPEB is that we basically have been throwing in an amount over and above what.
So
We have a waterfall amount, but then we have, in a couple of years, including this past year, we've gone beyond that.
Yeah, so we have 250,000 annually coming from the operating budget added to what we allocate for OPEBs.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, this past year, we put about a half million dollars coming from free cash into OPEBs as well.
So the second part of my question is, and is it not the case that essentially what we have projected out for the future is that we will finish paying down the pension liability
Yeah,
by 2030. And then we will start using that amount of money to pay down the OPEB liability.
that's
Yeah.
what we've been saying.
Yeah. So, we can get a head start on paying down the OPEB liability by what we're doing, but it doesn't feel essential to me. Because once we pay down the pension liability, it's all OPEB liability.
Well, I think there'll be a lot of competition for that
Well-
funding. So whether or not we can be strict in our
That's-
discipline, it's still a question, but I think that would be our recommendation for use of those funds.
Yeah, but, bottom line of what I'm suggesting here is if we had to preserve our AAA rating by finding money somewhere, I would find it in the amount of money we're putting into OPEB, which I think I've heard other people suggest too.
I'm just not sure what that amount of money, so there's 250 out of the operating budget,
Yes.
and then what else do we put, another 500?
So we put another 500 coming from free cash.
Okay, so it's always 500, and then sometimes it's
No,
250, or it's
but-
always 250, and
We
sometimes.
grow by 250 every year.
Okay,
Grows by 250 every year from the operating budget. This year, because of the strong free cash position, was an additional 500,000.
so I just want to make sure I'm clear, we're putting, there's an account, has a balance, we're putting 250 into that account, or we're putting in a couple of million and we're adding 250 every year.
Additional 250.
So how much money is flowing into OPEBs every year? Is it 4 million? Is it 2 million?
Yeah, hold on. Do you have it? Yeah, I think it's around that.
Because it's way more than 250, John, that's my point.
It's like 5.
No, I'm just saying,
No.
from the amount of money we put into OPEB right now, we could find the money to.
Yeah, I'm just.
Once you pay it off, you've got $5 million
So I understand, I'm just asking, what is the total amount of money that we deposit we transfer to OPEBs each year?
Each year,
So in fiscal 25, it was 5,931,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's $250,000.
And then
Yeah.
500,000 of that is coming from free cash.
Okay.
So that's one time, it's not gonna be there next year.
So every year we put in
Every year we add 250 of operating revenue.
250 above. Current we're putting in.
So it's 5 million right now.
Okay, wait, okay, three sources of money for OPEB, Judge. What are they?
Operating revenue and free cash.
The operating revenue is 250 per year.
We grow the
Plus-
operating number by 250 every year.
Okay, so what is the operating?
It's like 5.4 million.
Yeah.
Okay, 5.4 million
5.4
plus
million
250.
Plus this one time, right, 500,000, but all things being equal, if we're gonna continue this, it would be approximately 5.65 in fiscal year 26.
Yeah, Paul?
So. I don't know if this would be crazy or not, but there's an option to take that 5 million. Right? And put it towards reserves.
And that's one of the suggestions that we're saying we need the fourth
Okay,
feedback on. yes.
Because the OPEB money is not counted as reserves. It's a designated account, so Moody's doesn't give us credit for having it.
It's not, it would,
It's important.
they give us credit on another factor.
Different thing.
So that is another factor in our
How
control
they're gonna balance.
that we're doing great at. Right, we're doing well at. So I do not believe that we would wanna recommend going to zero.
Right.
But if the solution was, say, reducing that amount, or at least pausing the 250, and then in addition to that, using a higher amount of free cash, and the combination of those two things together, then that's, I think, more the likely place where we wouldn't be, doing better on this factor, but then doing worse on this factor, right? That Moody's is, evaluating.
Oh, what's a total outstanding debt on debt?
Sorry, I don't
Yeah, you
know,
just-
we're at about,
Plus or minus.
yeah,
A little over 50 million.
it's about 500, yeah.
5 million, because I had 600 million scribbled down. Okay, so let's say, let's
550 million.
500, so let's say 600 million round, and it's a 0.5% difference on interest rates to go from one rating to another. You're talking about $3 million a year, basically forever. That's the
That's
answer.
your cost.
well, except that some of that money's been borrowed.
No, that $3 million is, that would be the cost per year to fund, in additional interest costs in order to, now, some of that would.
No, but those rates,
For
he's saying
new
those
debt.
rate for new debt, those rates are already set, so it's new debt, so it'd be a lot less than that.
Right, well, no, it would still be, it would still be
Yeah,
substantial.
because we reissue, the debt gets rolled over, so existing debt gets. rolled
Okay.
over.
And it's still, right, but you still, because you also have debt that's gonna be issued in the coming year. You
Yeah,
have,
you've
you
got
have the new
school
tranche for
funding,
fire
and
stations and for Pierce, which are both big projects.
So I'd wanna, in answer to Paul's question, I'd wanna look to see what the experience was for AA one
Right.
over the last 6 months, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was my scientific wild west.
Yeah, but
Scientific
it's,
wild west, yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
yes, it's not outside the ballpark.
Right, but it's not 20 million and it's not $200,000. It's, it's somewhere in the low millions.
Okay.
Another question?
Yeah.
How do you weigh the advantage of doing it, from OPEB monies against, the possibility of doing it by stretching out our final payment on pension liability another 2 years, 3 years?
So that doesn't save us any money, it basically just reduces the future amount, you can't reduce the pension number. You
No,
can only reduce what going forward you're going to
no.
be paying into it,
Right.
so. I would rather just get rid of the obligation, I mean, I think that's a higher priority at this point.
Okay.
So you'd rather stick with the 5 million a year plus the 250. You'd wanna put as much as you
Oh,
can.
no,
towards it. Is that-
in terms of, I would rather make sure that we try and see if we can stick to the 2030 for the pension funds.
Oh, for the pension.
So I would like to, try and see if we can get rid of it.
Right, OPEB a little different because we're so far away still. We're better than most communities, but we're still pretty far. We're at what, like 38%?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, I was just gonna say, I'm kind of surprised that they would accept this as a solution, since although, somebody asked the question, do they not have that as reserve funds? Seems to me, it's just basically,
The OPEB?
yeah,
Yeah, so it's not, so the state law, we have a special act in Brookline, but since then, right, the state law has set out a process by which municipalities can sort of take the off-the-shelf OPEB trust.
Yeah.
But it doesn't count towards reserves because it's for a specific purpose, right? So it's for this specific purpose, and when Moody's is looking at reserve amounts, they're looking at amounts that could be allocated towards paying down debt in an emergency, or paying another necessary cost during an emergency so that we're solvent, right? OPEB couldn't be used in that, for that purpose.
But to Lincoln's point earlier, they evaluate us on that too. And the question is, you know, we can, you know, this is all in the budget scorecard. But there is some play in the joints there because there's a reason why we're AAA, even though the scorecard says we're AA2. So.
Right. But that was my point about, 6 to 1.5 dozen the other when it comes to, even if you include OPEBs, one way or another.
Right.
Either you have to find an additional X number of $1 million per year to reach your stabilization goal. Or you have to reduce the CIP basically, or some other expense, but the CIP is the obvious one. Or you have to, well, really, there is no other or, those are the two things. It can be either these, because there's no way to increase revenue. You can forecast higher revenue, but that doesn't make it real.
No, but you could reallocate, repurpose OPEB money
Yes,
for in the
absolutely,
near term.
right.
Right, now maybe not 100%, but there's some balance, and you're gonna figure out where the balancing act is, but
So Moody's is saying, well, listen, they get so many points for this and so many points for that, and so many points for that. And so they're gonna get fewer points for that because they've cut back on OPEB, but they're gonna get more points because they've increased the
I think they
stabilization.
probably value that more than.
I don't know.
And that's where we wanna dig.
Yeah,
That's where we wanna
It'd
dig.
be really interesting to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're always gonna say both are important,
Of
right?
course, yeah.
We know from our financial advisors, and we know anecdotally, even though they're never gonna be explicit about it, that increasing our reserves is the key metric.
Okay.
Without decreasing OPEB too much, could we maybe, take a little bit from OPEB? I mean, do I think it would be a good idea to go from 5 million to 0? No, right? But
You might
could
go
it
to
come down a couple
5 to
million?
3?
Maybe,
5 to
right,
3.
in combination with an otherwise increase in stabilization.
All right.
and what's the size of the gap that we're trying to close?
38, 40 million.
Correct.
Over 5. Well, they're saying 5 years, maybe you can stretch it. This is all about how much you wanna pay, when you're gonna, how much,
It's gonna take.
how long it's
How
gonna
long it's gonna take you?
stretch it out as long as you can and still maintain the AAA run rate.
It's a long stretch.
Well, maybe not that long. I mean, I think the hope would be maybe, again, 5 years is ideal because that aligns with the pension. But if we were to say 10 years and we go back and we talk to our financial advisors and kind of get a sense of that, it sounds like the board is amenable to that option of trying to minimize the shock to the system of suddenly going to need to put millions of dollars into a new rung, or into this rung of the free cash waterfall and have it lost further down, but also balance it out with the potential maybe lessening OPEBs. And so, again, we don't think we're gonna see another 20 million plus free cash year this year. We think it's gonna be probably in the realm of 17.
Yeah.
That would be my guess, like 15 to 17, but that's back of the envelope, wild calculation to your point. I don't know, but that's where we were before. And so again, thinking back to Melissa's point, you need 9 to satisfy the basics of where we are now, add 4 to that. Now you're talking about the end of the waterfall going from $6 million to $1 million, or $2 million. That is still funding all the requirements that we have put in for the CIP, the ideal requirements. But it will mark a shift in policy because the flush days are over. We will have less money to say, oh, that looks like a good project, let's invest in that now. Those projects will fall in the out years because we won't have the additional money to do the work.
Yeah,
And I would just wanna add that, you know, some of the things that have been boosting our free cash over the last few years has been the building permit activity coming from large scale projects, and there are no large scale projects in the pipeline, so.
you go,
Waldo Durgan is but it's not even in our estimates right now, because
Right.
it's still too far out,
Right.
so,
They won't proceed in this market, the interest rates are too
No,
high.
they have to wait till interest rates go down themselves, otherwise it doesn't work for them.
Right.
Yeah. All I can say is write a letter to the Fed. Hurry up.
Get in mind.
But I do think it'd be helpful. Versus just, it's great that you're gonna come back with some options, but I think limiting the impact on the operating budget
Yeah.
clearly is important.
Yeah.
And limiting the impact on the CIP, I think is also important as well, so.
Well, it's probably second to the.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying, that's kind of find a way
Yeah.
to balance that and. Go from there.
I think this goes to, the town school partnership is likely meeting next week. And I think, we should just put it out there. The pressure from the schools is going to be to increase operating revenue, and say, give it to us. Don't worry about stabilization. Don't worry about this. And again, I'm not putting words in the school committee's mouth. That's the
Right.
pressure that the school committee is under right now.
Right, but that $2 or $3 million or whatever it is in increased
The debt.
bond costs is
Is that-
related to.
That's right. I just think that's gonna be, the message, that's not as attractive a message, at the end of the day, we're gonna pay for it elsewhere as to, well, schools have an operating shortfall, fund our schools.
Yeah.
This is where, to your point about the revenue working group, when we have to talk about how we're gonna maximize our budgets and clean them, we need that commitment from the school side too. If the town alone does that and the schools say, we prefer to take our chances on the ballot, it's not gonna be a fruitful exercise.
Would it be helpful to you, or would it be a distraction? If you had a couple of select board members working with you on a sort of, a monthly or quarterly basis or something like that, sort of look at this sort of thing and help, if it's a distraction, then there's no point. But just think about it, you don't even need to answer that.
Yeah, and this is kind of the hope of this revenues working group is to then have that discussion, take it back, make sure that, the three main bodies that deal with this, advisory, school committee, and select board are in alignment. So that we all agree that the way forward here is, on the operating side, maximizing revenues and maximizing efficiencies, before we start thinking about, tax levy as an alternative source of revenue.
David,
Melissa, you mentioned that Waldo Durgan is still far off in terms of realizing new revenues. But what about smaller scale projects that are around town, adding them all together? I would assume we have a list somewhere that tells us what those anticipated numbers will be?
so we do, in our new growth numbers, this past year was kind of an interesting year in that most of our new growth was coming from the residential side, which previously had not been the case. It's coming from, the hotels that we were building and things like that. So some of the 40Bs have been providing some boosts in our new growth. And our fiscal 25 estimate, I think, is what,
2.6, I believe.
yeah, and so that is kind of based on the current activity that we're seeing.
So that's a little higher, right, than in previous years, but, so it's built in there, but we don't know, right? And we certainly wouldn't wanna have a large projection increase on that.
Relatedly, do we perform sort of impact studies in terms of, yes, there will be new tax revenue growth from residential, but at the same time, there's also an increase in demand on services? And do you look at that in terms of seeing what the delta is?
So I think planning may do some of that, especially with some of the 40B projects. But in terms of getting estimates from departments in terms of their expansion lists being related to a new development, that we don't have that.
It's almost like individual projects on their own don't contribute quite enough to that to fundamentally reshape. There are differences, there are exceptions to that. I think Hancock Village is one of them, where there is just a large scale growth in a certain area of town that does put an increased demand on services. But even then, we don't look at it as, oh, this is the Hancock Village expansion request. It's more in general, we need to, do we need an extra FTE to handle services in this environment? Okay. It's less reactive to, individual developments and more reactive to what we see the strain on the resources being. Because, if we try to game that out, we tend to be, I think that's an area where being conservative and gaming that out then leads to potential for waste. We don't want to say, oh, I see growth coming, I better staff up now, because the reality may be, we may be over optimistic in terms of how, or over cautious in terms of how that, the development is going to impact services.
I'm not trying to suggest that we would add staff now in anticipation, but more in terms of looking at the tax benefit that we derive from residential expansion and weighing that against anticipated increases in services. You point out the Hancock Village project, that's a lot all in one, but even if you have 20 little ones, that adds up to something. And so being able to track those numbers, I think it's important from a planning perspective, because it also informs on comprehensive planning, how we grow as a town, and in a lot of these ongoing revenue discussions. And
yeah, and I think the issue there is it's often apples to oranges with the smaller projects. For example, if I have 15 projects going up in Washington Square, yes, I could probably game out a little bit better what the impact on services is there. But if these 20 projects are conversion of a single family home into two-family, replacement of a two-family home with another two-family home, like that building on Aspen Hall that everyone hates, those have different impacts, and it's hard to measure the delta depending on what you see, depending on what the type of project is. Small projects produce disparate results, even if they have the same dollar amount or the same amount associated with them. But we can talk to planning about it, because I think, there's some projection we can do, but it's when you talk about smaller scale projects, the noise just overwhelms the possibility.
okay.
Yeah. This time I was going.
One thing that we have a town school partnership meeting next week, I think we ought to lead off in that meeting with some of this discussion, so that we convey that there's a problem here. It's not just the pressure that you're feeling, but there's pressure on the overall stabilization fund that we need to respond to, and we're all gonna have to share the pain here, and there's no, there's not gonna be a lot of pleasure available.
John?
So, before coming to this meeting today, I happened to be listening to a video of a meeting last week of the Park and Rec Commission. And one of the items on the agenda was, it was very short. They were basically prepared for the fact that at their next meeting, they're going to be looking at the results of this programming study that they did relative to future ice rink complex, and whether, the advantages of a single rink versus two double rinks, one rink open, one rink covered, one rink open, one rink indoor, blah, blah, blah. You can expect that at the end of that discussion, somebody's going to have to decide, are we going to spend some more money to now play out sort of which of these options do we think is the best option to pursue, even though we don't know where we would put it? And so we're gonna spend some more money on that question, even though we don't know where we're gonna put it. Then later in the meeting, they had a discussion of the fact that because town meeting, because the advisory committee recommended it, approved, I think it's $80,000 for more study of a pool, but they don't know where they're gonna put that. And so some of the members of the committees of the Park and Rec Commission literally said, we don't know why we're doing this. And the answer was, we're doing it because town meeting appropriated the money and told us to do it. but we have no idea where we would put this pool. And we actually studied where to put a pool in 2020 and came to the conclusion, we don't know where we would put a pool. Do we need to send a message at some point that given what we're looking at here, we can't afford to be spending money and then money again, and then money again on possible projects that are gonna require appropriations of millions of dollars in money if we don't even know where these facilities are gonna go? I mean, we don't, it doesn't feel to me like we're in the kind of position as a town that we can afford that luxury, but nobody seems to be getting the message.
Well, we've been waiting. We were supposed to hear this a month ago, or maybe 6 weeks ago. We're supposed to hear an update from Park and Rec or somebody about the skating rink. It's taking an awful long time.
Yeah.
And I'm still waiting for that to happen. I don't know, do we know when it's gonna take place?
Well,
But I
They now
happen,
have their study.
I happen to agree with you. We keep throwing money at ideas of an idea that might, to try to whittle this idea down. All of it leads to a $50 million
Yeah, the end of the-
structure.
Yeah.
That needs to be paid for, that I'll go on record, I wouldn't support.
Yeah,
Well, once again, come before the select board, we can give that.
well, maybe it would be useful, very good point, John. Maybe it would be useful to make more of a public statement now as to, this, what we're hearing is sort of the thing that pushes it over the line for me, that we really need to be saying these sorts of additional capital expenses for significant facilities, they're just not, the money isn't going to be there.
My concern is that if the issue is not right for us to make a statement like that, to have some blowback.
When do you make the statement?
Well, once they come before us with, some ideas and.
Okay, so you'd
Suggestions.
rather wait till somebody comes back and says, here's what we'd like to do, and then you can say, no, you can't do that?
Well, yeah, David.
I agree with Mike, because I think sometimes ideas develop a certain momentum behind them.
Yeah.
And then it becomes very difficult to say no, once some other group has already put a lot of effort into trying to make something viable. The one caveat I would make to the point I think I'm hearing from John and Mike, and it's not necessarily specific to a rink, I agree with you, I would oppose it. But in general, if there is a plan for something, anything, I think there needs to be an economic impact study on it, because sometimes there's the old refrain, it takes money to make money. And if you're going to make money off of something, it's worth knowing and seeing in how many years would you recoup it. And I think that should always be a part of any analysis. So I wouldn't automatically turn down any project because of upfront money, but I think we would have to know what is going to be the return on investment, how long will it take?
And that was that was this piece of the study that we were waiting for, this programming study, this idea of looking at these options. How will we build this out, and what kind of money will we be making if we looked at these options for the rink? So now Parks and Rec has that, and the task, as I understand it, they understand, I hope, the select board's guidance, which is we'd like a recommendation from you, please. And that can be transmitted to you in short order, and you can opine on what you want to do there. The rink is an anomaly because you have to do something, and it's going to cost money no matter what you do. The rink is failing. The rink will not survive another 5 years, and especially in this warming environment. So your options are replace it in kind, which would probably cost at this point closer to $10 million. Demolish it, should cost around 3 to 5, or replace it with something, some different iteration, perhaps a covered rink of some kind, not enclosed, but covered, that would provide additional assistance there, additional assistance for running the rink in warmer winter months, which could provide additional revenue, but would cost significantly more. That's probably more in the $20 million range. And so Parks and Rec has had this information, they're working through it. My hope is that they're gonna come to you sooner rather than later with that, so that you can make the choice, unlike with the pool, where the response could be, look, that would be, everyone agrees a pool would be nice to have, but we have already done the research and there's no place for it. Can we please stop spending money on this? This is more of a, doing nothing is not an option. Eventually the rink is gonna fail, and then you're gonna have to do something about it, so.
Paul,
I wanna we were talking about free cash in the CIP. And we're not talking about an ice rink, which I appreciate, but I wanted, before we lost track, because I know we're gonna switch the agenda. Free cash policy, you're gonna come back with recommendations to tweak it, or do you need anything additional from us? We talked a little bit about housing trust and the intersection with the CPA, and maybe we increase, maybe we decrease. What do you need from us for the free cash? Any adjustments to the free cash policy?
Yeah, I think it was just a general sense of whether or not these are the existing priorities and that you're comfortable with them and whether or not the funding levels were appropriate, given kind of where we are right now.
Okay, so we still need to have a deeper discussion about the CPA and the housing trust fund, right? Because we do
Yes.
fund the housing trust fund, and that, I don't think we came to a conclusion on that.
No.
And then, for the CIP, I wanted to make talk a little bit about this before we get on to the next subject. This year, advisory made significant changes to the CIP. It ended up, we agreed with it, it ended up going to town meeting and there wasn't a problem, but there was a significant, adjustment in the CIP. And we had made some even before, I think they got a hold of it. We had talked a few weeks ago about, the need for better communication during the planning process between staff, the select board and advisory, and even schools, right? And I wanted to suggest that only for the CIP, not the operating budget, but start with the CIP. There's, within our budget policies, the budget process, there is a working group of staff that talks through and vets CIP items. I think it would be helpful to bring probably the chair of capital subcommittee for advisory into the CIP discussion earlier in the process versus them getting something that's complete, and actually make that as part of our formal process. My sense is that advisory is reacting to the budget, they're reacting to the CIP, and that creates, the potential for a lot of variability, and it might be better to be more inclusive in partnering earlier in the process. So that's I wanted to get the sense of the board of that.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this requires, did you get the sense of the board? I mean.
No, I'm asking. I just,
So
I haven't talked to anybody.
I don't wanna switch the
Nope.
topic if Paul hasn't sort of gotten what he's looking for here.
No one has spoken since I spoke, so, and I can't read anybody's
So,
mind.
We'll all talk to you privately about that, but, I had a question that ties into, what I said in my previous comment. Cause what you'll often hear, and I have to, concede this, the answer to what I complained about from some people will be, but we will be able to afford it, because we can always get, a debt solution. For a project, even if it's a $50 million project, we get a debt exclusion. And the rating agencies have always said Brookline is so property rich that as long as they keep approving these things, it's not gonna impact their, rating. Their AAA
At the
score.
beginning of this meeting, we also had survey results where people were talking about affordability, so
Yeah.
I think that's the balance there.
Well, yes, thank you for bringing that up. But don't even the rating agencies at some point say, even Brookline can't endlessly accumulate debt without it impacting their AAA rating? We know you're a big rich community with lots of property, but you're borrowing so much money that you've kind of gone too far, even for a community with as much property value as you have.
There's a limit, yes, yeah, there's a limit. And a lot of municipalities do have a policy that says that excluded debt shall not exceed X% of revenue or excluded debt costs each
Yeah.
year shall not exceed X% of revenue or, X% of the total levy, et cetera. There is an upper limit from the state, but
Yeah,
we're not anywhere near that. But other municipalities, you know, for example, say it shouldn't be any more than 12% of, that excluded debt costs shouldn't be any more than, say, 12%
yeah.
of the tax levy in a particular year. So, you know, I think it's another policy question for the board about, is that something that you'd like to pursue?
Well, don't we have a metric in our,
Within the levy we do, we're not outside.
But not excluded debt.
If Mike,
So you may recall, I take your point. But you also may recall that when in the budget projections, or the fiscal plan, that we talked about when we talked about Pierce. That looking forward 5-10 years, our debt load actually goes down because we have some debt we have some things that have been closed out. Now, there's no question that we're gonna. Yeah, lots of opportunities to build that debt back up. But when you think about debt, remember, debt doesn't just go, you don't just acquire debt, you also pay it on. So let's just keep that balance in mind.
can I answer, are we still talking in the context of the skating rink? I'm confused about.
No.
Just, yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
that's why I took John's comment, which was a broad comment.
okay.
Yeah.
The skating rink, I kind of mentioned that there are many boats on the cycle for skating, or that's.
not the
enclosed
big,
skating.
expanded.
Yeah,
skating.
not the super, we don't need to have Boston Garden rebuilt.
David?
Just a question I have, so you mentioned 12% as a metric in other municipalities for excluded debt. Approximately what percentage of our budget are we at now?
Higher than that.
Yeah, we have to look at it.
We have it somewhere, yeah, I don't know. It's high.
But it's higher than 12.
Yes.
And what's the state, limit?
Oh, that is, it's a percent of total valuation in the town. And I believe it's. We're not, I'm sorry, I can't remember what it, I think it's 1%, excuse me, it's 2.5% of the total valuation, equalized valuation in the town. So we're nowhere near that. 2.5% of total valuation. It's the other 2.5 and Proposition 2.5 that no one thinks about.
Okay, you done?
Well, I
Should we take a break?
To Paul's question.
I do wanna, I know John scooted past my CIP question, but this is an important question.
Yeah.
You know, we faced a completely different CIP than what was proposed to us because advisory changed it dramatically. And, I think that we should find a way to get ahead of these types of changes later in the budget process. And I think the way you do that is we bring some folks into the tent, into the circle of trust during the budget development. I'm not talking operating budget, I'm strictly talking CIP, because it is done outside of the view of everybody. It's done by staff only, which is fine, but it eventually comes to us. But I think we could be more collaborative with advisory and not see stuff going over the wall.
Mike,
Chaz.
oh, I'm sorry.
You know, historically, Melissa mentioned this a couple meetings ago, historically, in the December forecast briefing, we had more information about the CIP because we would have free cash certified or we'd be close to it. The last couple of years, because of various issues, we haven't had free cash certified in December, and as a result of that, the CIP is more speculative. And so we can talk about projects, we can talk about ideas, but until we know what the free cash number is and therefore what that overage is that goes into the CIP, it's difficult to make concrete statements about where it is. So I think the issue you've identified is a real one. And I think we can aim, one of the things that Melissa suggested was that meeting, we repeat with the advisory committee, with the initial forecast meeting, and we really endeavor to make sure that we have a more built out, proposed CIP at that juncture.
Yeah, so I guess there's two things I'm talking about. I'm concerned about that top line number, which is not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the policies and priorities of the CIP, right? That should be done in a collaborative nature process with advisory. I would suggest the CIP capital subcommittee, because they have a lot of opinions about where we should be investing capital, when and how. Potentially the select board, as well. I'm happy to get involved early, or someone from the board to help set priorities. And then have that, when you'd finally know the number, then of course you could pick which projects, but there's a broader issue here about collaboration that I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
So I was wondering whether it would make sense to, bring a couple of representatives of the advisory committee into the same kind of discussion that we're talking about having, on a regular basis to look at financial issues, financial policies as we.
You could do that as well, Mike,
Yeah.
but this is a very simple ask. If you go and look at the budget process, it's in the budget book. There is a meeting early in the process that is meant to identify and vet
Yeah, okay.
CIP projects. I'm talking about that specific, I'm not looking to boil the ocean here.
Yeah.
Very specific. There's a small group that meets to vet the projects. There is a policy around prioritization for the CIP that's in our budget book. I would suggest that body that's meeting, revisit the prioritization, get feedback from the select board. And I think that since it's the advisory committee that ends up putting the budget to town meeting, they consider it their budget. I would pull them in earlier in the process. Start with the CIP. We can talk about operating budget later. It's a bigger problem, but I would start with the CIP.
Okay. Anything else? Let's, move on. Okay,
The next item on the agenda is the break.
that's what I'm talking about moving on to.
Not good.
Okay, after our break, strategic vision discussion.
How long would you like
Tiffany,
how long would you like the break to be?
What were people read?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
2:35.
Last 2 miles of this marathon. Select board strategic vision. Tiffany, that's you.
I just wanted to set the stage for the discussion. So we've gone from in the morning session where we talked about the findings from the poll, from the polling, and then your goals and objectives for the next year, which is a narrow time horizon, to discussing policies and procedures for finance, for how we're gonna start trying to effectuate those goals. And now we're taking that step even a little further back to a mid-range time horizon where we're looking at strategic plans. And Tiffany has done really great work at kind of looking at other communities that have done strategic plans, kind of looking at best practices. And then at the end of this, we have some questions for you about how to guide us in this process. If you think this is a valuable road to go down, we can then use your responses to form the contours of going out and asking for an RFP to do to begin, mid to long range strategic planning initiatives. So, but Tiffany's got the slides and is going to walk through them with you.
Okay, and I'm gonna probably have to bounce back and forth here.
Do you want me to? I'll do your slides.
It's been very lousy for me. There we go. Okay. So objectives for this conversation are to discuss medium to long-term goals beyond the horizon of just the next fiscal year, to discuss the value that strategic planning could provide to us, and then also to entertain a proposal to issue an RFP for strategic planning services. So Charlie assisted me with this. We pulled together some different literature around what strategic planning is, and I'll read this just for verbatim. The rest won't be verbatim, but strategic planning is a deliberative, disciplined effort to produce fundamental decisions and actions that shape and guide what an organization or other entity is, what it does, and why it does it. And that comes from Bryson. And the second one comes from Poyster, who are both considered to be kind of leading folks in this field. Strategic planning takes a big picture approach that blends futuristic thinking, objective analysis, and subjective evaluation of values, goals, and priorities to chart a future direction of action to ensure an organization's vitality, effectiveness, and ability to add public value. So wanted to bring forward the vision statement that you all worked on. I believe it was at the last work session. And you all came up with Brookline should be a diverse community that is well integrated socially, economically, and racially, making it a place where people of all backgrounds can and want to live and work. And a strategic plan really should work towards that vision. This is probably hard to see on the TV, but wanted to talk a little bit about what's the value add over and above what we're already doing. And so obviously we spent the morning working on budget or goals and objectives and how that feeds into the budget conversation. And that really takes on a 1-year time horizon, but there are also other directives and recommendations coming into the town. So that includes town meeting, developing different warrant articles, which also creates directives for us as the town. And then also all of the boards and commissions that we have. And some of those do issue directives, some of them make recommendations. So a strategic plan is going to take more of a 5 to 10 year view out from where we are today. It does establish goals and objectives. I know you all are developing those, so it can really build on that. They're time phased, it's meant to be measurable. They'll include performance indicators, timelines, who's the responsible party for a particular focus area, a strategy under that focus area, and you routinely monitor and track it. So a strategic plan is meant to be more about the operations. And then we have the comprehensive plan. That takes more of a 10 to 30 year horizon. And this is more about the physical development of the town. How does our town look and feel? So I kind of laid these on along the time horizon. And if you can go to the next slide, I also wanted to point out all of the plans that we have as a town. This visual does not have all of the plans. This is just what I was able to collect over the last few days from our different departments. But really the goal of a strategic plan is to put all of these plans in conversation with one another, kind of creating, how the select board's goals and objectives interface with that strategic plan. How does the comprehensive plan talk to that strategic plan? how does the police strategic plan talk to that overall town strategic plan? What I thought was interesting, one was that DPW has a strategic plan already. I think police already has the strategic plan. The Council on Aging is looking to do a strategic plan. And so what that says to me in looking at this is that our departments really have an appetite and a desire to think more strategically. And so we really have the opportunity to kind of do that collectively as the town, rather than just on a department level. And so I put in here, this also comes from Bryson. This is just one view of strategic planning. It's called the building block view. And when I looked at this, I could see there's already a lot of things that the town has done and that you all have done in terms of thinking through goals and objectives, thinking through who's our stakeholder, what do our residents, what do our citizens want from us? And as a part of these strategic planning processes that other Massachusetts communities have done, they have issued these community surveys. So we're kind of one step ahead of the game in that process. So Melissa and I talked to a couple of communities. We talked to Nantucket and we talked to Westford town manager. Westford town manager used to be at Shrewsbury. So we got some insight into those three. The other two on here, Chelmsford and Westboro, I did not speak with, but did collect some information from. And then in the folder that I sent to you yesterday, it also contained Danvers. That's not included in here because it was a late arrival of information. So first, Westboro. Westboro developed their first strategic plan in 2018. They used Novak Consulting Group, which is now Raftellus. Several of these other communities also used Novak Consulting or Raftellus. The time horizon for their plan was 2 years, and they developed 10 focus areas. They called them critical success factors. So different communities use different terminology for what their kind of strategic directions were. Nantucket, who we did have the opportunity to speak with, developed their first strategic plan in 2020, also with Novak Consulting Group, now Raftellus. Their plan was a 3-year time horizon, and they consistently update that to show what's the progress they're making in each of the focus areas and within each of the strategies. They have 6 focus areas. Something I thought was neat about Nantucket is that they have the actual kind of physical printed document or packet of the strategic plan, but they also have a strategic planning website. And so this is a snippet from that. It's still down. This is a snippet from that website. And if you actually clicked into view project, if you were on the website, you could see all the different strategies. Each focus area has a lead on staff who monitors progress and works with different departments to make sure they're achieving all of the goals within each focus area. Another neat thing about Nantucket is they've really operationalized their strategic plan. So it comes up when they're thinking through decisions about which capital projects to undertake. They have a scorecard. So if a project meets one strategic priority area, it'll get a certain score. If it hits 2 strategic priorities, it'll get a higher score. If it's not on there, it will get a lower score. And so it really has become a decision-making framework for them.
Just a quick question on that. Do you know how Nantucket selected those 6 categories?
So in conversation with Raftellus, it was also, I believe, a community survey, working with department heads and kind of collecting all of that information to develop what they called and kind of what falls within those.
Mark?
Your description of this is very interesting because to some extent it mirrors, it's partially mirrors the strategy map concept that Chas and I talked about. So this is an interesting model to look at.
Nantucket was very interesting, and they did point out to me also some of the projects they've been able to accomplish as a result of having the plan. So I think with their sidewalk improvement plan, there hadn't been a lot of movement on completing sidewalk projects. And as a result of this plan and it being under one of these strategic priority areas, it started to move the needle, and they've gotten more projects done as a result of that. And it's also helped to make decisions in terms of what staff to hire for those projects. So the town of Shrewsbury, they launched their strategic plan just last year. And I should note that all of these plans take at least a year to develop. Some of them took 2 years to develop. Their time horizon is a little bit longer. It's a 7-year time horizon, and they have 6 strategic focus areas. So I took a snippet of their plan. One of their focus areas is becoming more sustainable. And so they have different strategies and then different measures within that on what it means to be more sustainable in Shrewsbury. And then these next two communities, their plans are in progress.
Sorry, can you go back?
Yes.
Just for a second. It's just interesting to see one of these things in that upgrade town facilities and equipment is very specific, concrete. Develop a plan to preserve and protect open spaces. It's not as specific, I suppose it has to wait for the specificity has to wait for the plan to be developed, but it's interesting, sort of mix.
Yes, yeah, and the plans do vary on their specificity, and I think that just depends on, you know, who's on their select boards, kind of the appetite from the public and the department heads as well.
And, you know, they start off with a goal, sustainability,
Mm-hmm.
and then, you know, strategies. I think that's an important way of sort of
Yes.
making sure that we don't talk about sort of pie in the sky goals that have no real connection to our ability to carry them out.
Right. So as I mentioned, the next two, Chelmsford and Westford, are both in progress. So Chelmsford earlier this year just selected Barry Dunn to do their strategic plan. I haven't mentioned costs, but this one costs not $90,500. This has a 10-year time horizon, so that's probably on the max end of what you might do for a strategic plan. On average, you really want to stick to the 5 to 6 range. They're still obviously pending on the number of strategic priority areas they'll select. And then, but they do intend to have a liaison for each strategic area to really track the progress. And then Westford, also working with Ralph Tellis, the time horizon will also be 10 years. And obviously that's still pending. But we do have some of their RFPs and other planning documents available in the folder that I sent yesterday.
I should just note that also when, in talking to Westford, so they used ARPA funds in order to develop their strategic plan. They recently had an override that failed at the ballot this past May. So the strategic plan is gonna actually help them as they're needing to reduce their budget by over $3 million in fiscal 26. They're gonna need the strategic plan in order to make sure that they're addressing the priorities.
So that's really what I found. Again, the average from the group, it's a small group, was about 6 years on time horizon. Something that was interesting is that a couple of the communities said, okay, we're gonna set this number. We decide on the strategic goals, not the number, but we develop these number of goals, whatever that may be. And if later on, if 3 years, 4 years from now, we wanna add something, that might mean that we have to take something off the plate. And so that's something that's been critical too for decision-making, is knowing that if you're gonna make a new commitment on the strategic plan, you have to take something off. Or if you're gonna add a strategy on, you have to take something off. That way the strategic plan doesn't evolve into a 40-something list of priorities.
Right.
So.
Well, we started off with a list of 21 things.
That's what our budget's for. Budget priorities.
So, and that's an impossible list. Next is the next day, obviously, but the point of getting down to a manageable and achievable list is very important.
I do think that there will be overlap between this and the comprehensive plan. And I wonder about them happening at the same time, engaging the community around the comprehensive plan, because we're gonna be doing that in the next several months. Can one leverage the other? Because I think we'll be going after the same people, the same community, and many of the topics that we're talking about here also are covered in the comprehensive plan. So it's something that's important. It's just, there's certainly some overlap.
I think so.
But I guess I see, you know, comprehensive plan, strategic plan not being, I mean, they sort of meld into each other, right? And you know, our goals and objectives or priorities, they're melded into the strategic plan that meld into the comprehensive plan. So it's not as if
They're not mutually exclusive, that's what I'm saying. There's overlap and one can leverage the other. So-
Definitely, and the data sources will obviously be the same, I'm sure for the comprehensive plan, you all look at the community survey. You would look at the community survey for the strategic plan, so it's definitely a kind of a conversation between the two.
Well, David, you did this with the school committee, strategic planning process. You have a document, I think the school committee is now tying budget objectives and activities back to the strategic plan, which I think is really important. Can you speak a little bit about?
So I think one potential difference, from what I'm seeing here, although it might not be, is that it was a very community-driven process, and that, yes, there was a consultant who was involved, but the consultant was more in the role of facilitating discussions with community members. And so the school district selected a broad cross-section of people representing various communities, constituencies, demographics, and held multiple sessions. Early on, it was more sort of a generic brainstorming. The consultant would then facilitate some narrower discussions in terms of building what the priorities would be. There were a couple of school committee members that were designated for this as well. And it became more of a collaborative team effort with the volunteers. And again, the consultant more in the role of facilitator rather than saying, this is what it should be. And so I'm just wondering to what extent, with what you found in terms of these communities you selected, was this really more the consultant driving what the plan will be with feedback from the respective select boards? Or there were big community gatherings to come up with this?
I think it almost sounds like two different questions to me. One is the role of the consultant, which in all of these cases was meant to be more of a facilitator with whatever groups you wanted them to facilitate in. So some communities did do more of the community engagement piece, some did less of it. So one, the question of facilitator and which groups you want them to facilitate with, and to what degree, and then to the community engagement side. Given that we'll have the comprehensive planning conversation going on at the same time, given that we have the Polco survey results, what level of community engagement do you all want to do as the select board? So I think two decision points.
Right, but it wasn't on the school side, it wasn't just at the outset. It's in terms of building out what the strategic plan will actually be. It included representatives of different constituencies. So it wasn't just sort of a single, take this survey and now the community engagement part is done. The community was engaged throughout in terms of building it. I actually think that's very helpful in trying to make sure that all the bases are covered, because comprehensive planning is obviously critically important, but it doesn't cover absolutely everything that we could be looking at in a strategic plan. And so I would recommend adopting more of that model of having people who represent various constituencies who are part of actually building this out. And then also, of course, some elected officials on there. And it was a large group for the school side. It was about 50 people.
How long did it take?
Say about a year, a little less than a year.
So in Brookline, we'd have to do it that way. We have to slow things down, maybe make it much very inefficient, but I think that's probably the way that would be demanded of the community or by the community.
The second part of Paul's question, though, that I think is also critically important is the value of having a strategic plan is then when you are making budget decisions, you try to tie everything to your strategic plan, saying, well, the reason we need to allocate X for Y is because look at our strategic plan. It says that this is what we need to be investing in. And to the extent that a potential allocation doesn't really match up with what the strategic plan is saying, that doesn't necessarily mean not to do it. But as you were saying, you might have to then make an adjustment to the strategic plan, or at least acknowledge the departure.
Another strategic plan informs, doesn't direct.
Right.
Yeah, John, you had a
Yeah,
question.
I will confess that I am by nature sort of a cynic about these things. And having read some of the strategic plans, that other communities have put out, I think, that what you have to watch out for is they can be very generic. And I mean, at one point, I was looking at the material sent to us and thinking, why don't we just adopt Chelmsford's plan? Because it sounds like a lot of things people in Brookline would agree to. I mean, the statements about, respecting, the earth and the environment, and we will pledge to do this, and we will plan to do that. And then, you sort of break it down, well, what did they actually come up with? And some of the constituent elements, not all of them, but, some of them tend to be, the plan is to have a plan, or the plan is to develop a plan, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't solve the problem of if we as a select board, who, are are elected and are as well situated as anybody in town to kind of have a feel for the various interests that come into play in Brookline and the needs and our resources and the limits on our resources, and the sort of priorities that bubble up from the town. God help us, I mean, if we don't have some sense of the priorities of the town after going through town meeting, after, running for reelection, after this, after that, after hearing from the public every single time we have a meeting, then we're just not, we're not working at it, I worry that we will rely on someone outside to tell us, what to think. And basically just repeat back to us what we already know. But we've needed somebody for some reason to validate that actually what we think we know are the priorities of the town are in fact the priorities of the town.
So, I'll say, I had spent 25 years as a consultant. And, one of the jokes about consulting is that the client asks you, what time it is, you take his watch, you read the watch, tell him what time it is, and you keep your watch.
Yeah.
And you have to be very, it's
Good joke.
It can be, it's possible that you have to be careful with that. But, one of the questions that I have is, well, what do we want a role of a consultant to be? And, a consultant is expected a minimum for a consultant to be a facilitator. You also expect that they would help you put something together that does lead you back to operational decisions. Because it's just to your point, it's great to have something that says, well, we are all in favor of a clean environment. Great, okay, so what are you going to do about it? What's the operational decision? Well, so you need to change the fleet of vehicles. You need to, therefore, in order to support that, you need to install electric power facilities for, charging stations. So, and there's a whole list of things that need to be done, all the way down to training the person who's going to maintain that, which is what we were talking about with DPW HVAC staff. So it's that kind of complete process that has value. If you don't go all the way through those steps, then you're right.
Well,
So I wonder if, I worry about what John worries,
Yeah.
similar issue. I'm wondering if there's something in between. Something that's in between what we did today,
Yeah.
which was good, but not complete,
Right.
to a strategic plan, which is gather the community, spend 2 years, create the big presentation. Is there something in between that is more geared towards a facilitated session for us as the board that gets at some of these issues that John says, I think we're all pretty well plugged into the community.
Yeah.
We sit through town meeting for, many hours. We hear from the community. We have surveys. I'd like to see more of what we did today, but expand it. We covered a few things that were important, but I don't think we covered all the topics that would potentially be in what you can call it a strategic plan, but really a strategic initiative that's gonna help us drive the budget for the next 2 years. But I think there'd be tremendous value in that. If we could make this, extend this conversation into something that's a little bit broader across more topics. Without creating the big strategic plan with values and combine it.
Yeah, I think, for us on staff, this issue kind of came up as a result of what we did last summer, which was having that facilitated session, having that conversation, because that was very helpful to us to think through how we want to prioritize things in the budget. But it had a couple of shortcomings. One is it's only, it's a snapshot of time. It was inherently narrowly focused on the issues there. Issues are still mutable if all we have is, if what we have is a facilitated session rather than a directive of some kind, the priorities necessarily shift, and community pressures necessarily shift. One thing that's helpful with a strategic plan or a document like that is you're able to point back to it when there's an ebb and flow of, you know, what the community is asking for and saying, no, we're looking at on a broader horizon, what fits into these goals and objectives. So if what the community is telling us is we need to have a focus on this, then either the plan needs to change or we need to really understand, you know, that we're, you know, where that needs to be prioritized. It gives you the opportunity to say when, you know, someone puts their hand up and says, this needs to be solved right now, being able to say, well, take a pause and look at this and have an broader understanding of how it fits into the community's priorities as a whole. It gives you stability over a longer time horizon, and that gives us stability because we know when we have to make decisions about how to operationalize things, that we must go back to this strategic plan and make sure that we're fitting into it. We're kind of the last mile, right? You set the priorities and we have to pick up the slack at the end of the day and make sure that that gets translated into operational activities. And having a document that gives us the ability to do that and to should demonstrate why we're prioritizing what we're prioritizing is helpful to us.
Yeah, and I'm not, well, he did reply to me, I just wanted to follow up, so I'm not suggesting that we not do that, I'm just saying that if we do this over an extended period of time with this group versus a broad engagement that takes a year and a half or 2 years, I think that there's an in-between state, which still gets you what you want, what you need, which is a written document with goals, objectives, actions, and measurable outcomes. But I don't necessarily think we need to boil the ocean to do that, and I worry about consultants boiling the ocean.
David?
So I agree with Paul that we wouldn't want to drag it out, but I do think, and I'm not suggesting anyone said otherwise, that the community engagement part is important. Because even though we can predict what it is that will be important to people, you never know with 100% certainty what someone based upon his or her particular experiences might contribute and provide as very useful input. And occasionally there are some golden nuggets that you get from that process. And so I wouldn't want us to lose that. In terms of the accountability part of it, on the school side, even though there was a fairly large group of people who were actively involved in the development, it was ultimately school committee that voted on what the strategic plan would be based on the output from that group. So I would envision that when we are undertaking this process, it could function similarly. Ultimately, we, the select board, would vote on what the plan states, responding or not to the input that we receive from the community and from anyone else we work with on it. As John mentioned, and I agree, I'm a little skeptical about the value of the consultants, because if you look at a lot of these strategic plans, they all start to look the same. They're not that different. And so why are we going to spend, I see Chelmsford almost at $100,000 for something that is already out there that we could look at ourselves? I don't even know that we need a consultant. I think that we spend a lot of money on consultants in general to run all kinds of different studies and facilitate all kinds of different things. I don't know that they're really adding a lot of value when we already have these templates out there. I would rather just dive in and do it ourselves.
So, I think the one advantage of consulting, after my last crack about keeping the watch, is the question I asked is, do we expect the consultant to facilitate or add value in some other way? I think that having somebody to help us walk through the process that you're talking about is useful. That's a 1 day, 2 day, 2 meeting, you know, it's a relatively shorter, a lot shorter engagement. If we can give them a model to use, or ask them for the model that they use and take a careful look at it, I think that would help, you know, give it some focus. And we, you know, I've talked about that a little bit, I've talked about it with Chad, and I think maybe that's a place to start. And then see where we want to go from there. So if we need more help, then and we need, and if, as David says, we need to engage more broadly with the community, then I think we do need some outside help. But let's take it kind of one bite at a time.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe it's the difference between operational objectives versus a full-fledged strategic plan.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, I think what we did today was good, we got some good stuff out of it, but I don't think we did all of it.
No.
And if if there was more time or spread over multiple meetings,
Yeah.
say, a week, a month, or like a day every couple of weeks together. To do it, facilitate it, someone who's done it before, they can walk us through it with a template. But I think it's somewhere in between doing it ourselves and having, all the suits and ties show up, to do a consulting engagement.
So in other words, we start out with our strategic goals, and a facilitator will help us understand what that means, operationally. What implications that has for, for example, environmental goals, with respect to electrification of our vehicles. What does that mean in terms of the infrastructure of both our, electrical connections as well as the
What do we need for staff to support that?
staff that supports that.
Well, metrics
The
to
grid,
measure.
the capability of the grid to actually handle it, things like that. So,
I think what Paul just mentioned, and it might have been to that specific example, but more broadly, almost as important as the strategic plan itself is the metrics and how you measure success. And I think it's important to come up with those metrics at the outset about how you're going to measure success rather than waiting until later to develop that. And I've seen in prior strategic plans that can be the weakness, that you say, this is what we want to do, but you have no real way of evaluating it.
In preparing for this, I did some research and Googled various plans, so I looked at a bunch, although I didn't save them. And one struck me as particularly good. It was only a few pages. It was like 4 pages. And it had strategic objective. It had 4 or 5 sub activities, and then how it was being measured. Now, it's brilliant, right? That to me is high value,
There's actually a model that does that on one page, but okay.
Right, but you understand what I'm saying. And so I think that there's just an in between. What we did today. Someone that is good at facilitating and drawing out information from a group like us. It should be facilitated. We had someone do that last year.
Yeah, right.
Right.
It was on a narrow.
Because we need that help.
Yeah.
We do need that help. I mean, you want to be able to participate instead of trying to facilitate.
Mhm.
And then helping, once that's drawn out, then helping us convert that into sub-objectives or activities, and then what the metrics are to measure those. Yeah, that we could do that over a 6-month period. Meeting once a month or once or twice a month.
You could then get, if you wanted to do community feedback, you could do community feedback through the iterative process as, again, it depends on, do you want members of the community, when do you want members of the community coming in? Do you want them to be checking your work, or do you want them to be co-developing?
It's all public meetings,
Right.
public comment at the beginning, give us your ideas. I think, again, I think that it would get us really far in what we want to achieve, and it'll help inform if we do want to do a broader 5 or 7 year process.
So what's the next step?
So I think what I'm hearing from you, the general consensus of the board, is something more akin to a smaller, a compact document that has strategic goals and objectives over a longer time horizon, whether that's 3 years, 5 years, we'll set that time horizon. You want to develop it internally. You want to develop it with the board. The board is going to be the iterator here, with a facilitator's help, coming together within some sessions, developing these goals and objectives with quantitative and qualitative metrics, so that you're, outcome-based metrics along with that, not just, number of people served, but like, what's the outcome you're going for? And then, with the option of soliciting some sort of community feedback.
Yeah.
Is that?
You do that with a survey.
Right, or, some sort of, community engagement, to David's point, because, even with public meetings, you do want to have at least one touch point of active community outreach where we go to them.
We could build that into it.
Yes.
I think that could be.
So does that sound right to the board? Is that kind of the?
Yeah, what I'd like, and only because this is how I think, is for the minutes to reflect that sort of summary of what we do next.
Yep. Yes, we'll make sure that the minutes of this meeting reflect that, and we're gonna build that out. We'll work with, internally in our office to build out a proposed RFP. And then we will circulate that to the board for your review and approval.
And each segment of this workshop should also have that type of summary, so that, we know where we're going. For those of us who don't always remember, and so the public knows where we're.
Yeah, we have our action items.
So, I'm sorry.
We got, I'm looking at my watch and thinking, wow, we're actually.
We're done.
What I'd like, select board members to do is to look at the, goals and priorities document. And, Chaz, you're gonna circulate, and, come up with your thoughts in terms of whether something could be, stated a little better. Whether something, identify things that are missing, things that you don't think are important. And, want town staff to also give our comments, so that, we have a document in September that reflects both, our, thinking through it carefully, as well as incorporating town staff's, thoughts and town staff's sort of warnings that, we may be going, into something that we can't really follow through on.
Or could we, put that on the agenda for maybe later in July or August, so that we?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that we would do it, maybe, in July, and maybe another meeting.
Yeah, I think it's a conversation,
Yeah.
and not a.
We can, we'll put that on the futures list for the 23rd. July.
It's gonna take a couple of times, I think, to get it done.
Yeah.
Given that 25 years of experience that I referenced, I'm happy to be a resource, but I don't wanna push that. I mean, we have a lot of skills and knowledge on this board. I don't wanna push that in particular.
So,
He's offering to help.
That's correct, yeah. That's correct. I will not keep your watch, I've already gone.
Jess, the individual that facilitated us last time, what was that person's name?
Rachel, so yeah, we can look her.
And she had done stuff first.
Yes, well, no, she was new to Brookline.
Oh, she was, okay.
This is her bread and butter. She
I
facilitates.
thought she did a pretty good job getting
Right, yeah.
stuff out of us, and she only knew it was one day, so.
Right.
We can reach back out to them.
Yeah.
That's it's CBI, right? They do this kind of work.
It seemed to be they weren't
Oh, it was that.
a heavy overheaded consultant versus, it was more facilitator and guide. Anyway,
Would you circulate what you saw that you liked, the 4-page document? So that we can-
I need to find it.
actually, one of the documents that Tiffany circulated was like 4 pages, and
Maybe it was
not great, but
I was
pretty
Googling
concise.
it.
That was Shrewsbury, or?
I'm not sure, I don't remember the page
There's
length,
one that
I
was
was looking
just
at so
very
many.
pragmatic,
Yeah.
like it was my kind of strategy document.
It was short enough for me to print it out, so.
I also think that the one that, what Tiffany highlighted about, Nantucket, was really important to learn about.
They're deeply invested. They go every year and they reflect it every year.
Yeah.
Well, they've also assigned an assistant town administrator specifically for maintaining that, so, but I think their financials look a little bit
Well, but
different.
that's what you need, I mean, you need that continuity.
Right.
And they go out to the beach for the retreat. Right?
It's the level of engagement and the investment in the plan that
Yes.
keeps the priorities on track.
Well, and they were the one too that I mentioned has a dedicated staff liaison for each of the focus areas as well, to oversee that and make sure it's still moving.
Sounds like one happy island.
Well, yes. Depends on whether you fly in a jet or not.
Okay. I guess
Well done,
that's it.
Bernard, you did a good
Thank
job
you.
keeping us on track, thank you.
And everyone did a
And
good
everybody
job in
else.
terms of adding their 2 cents, and
Sometimes a nickel.
and sometimes that we earn great interest from 2 cents. I don't know what the metaphor is.
Okay.
All right, I think we
Can we turn it off?
we can end the meeting.
Have you, actually, before we go off,
We're here.
well, okay, I once, I think I'm expressing your experience there. Chaz,
Yeah.
Wilson, Tiffany, and,
Charlie.
previously Charlie and Christina. This was, without, without a lot of work by you guys, this would not have come up at all. Come up as well as it, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating. It's a big help to us.
We're very lucky. The food was good.
Good.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance